Could I ask everybody to take their seats? We'll call this meeting to order. I sound like I know what I'm doing, eh? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the October 1st, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba. The original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today by teleconference to address the committee on various items on the agenda. Amber, do I have to read that one? Okay. 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 Sorry. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for October 8th is 12 p.m. on Monday, October 6th. And, okay. We will now consider item EX 25-84 Taylor Field Redevelopment Project, consulting services over $750,000. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. This report is before council requesting consent for administration to issue and award a negotiated request for proposal for engineering consulting services for the design of infrastructure for the Taylor Field redevelopment project. Approval of this report is required because the value of the consulting contract is expected to exceed $700.
Sorry, Mr. Anderson, I messed up. I need to the approval of the agenda. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I guess we'll back step one here. Sorry, we'll come right back. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? I will call the question. Any opposed? Oh, can I move it? Mr. Bezos? Thank you, Councillor Bezos. Is anyone opposed? Okay, carried. And, yep, can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of September 17th, 2025, Executive Committee meeting? Okay. Oh, Councillor Flores, any errors or omissions? Okay, I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Okay, sorry, Mr. Anderson, could you please start again?
Yes, through the chair. This report is before council requesting consent for administration to issue and award a negotiated request for proposal for engineering consulting services for the design of infrastructure for the Taylor Field redevelopment project. Approval of this report is required because the value of the consulting contract is expected to exceed $750,000. City Council previously approved the transfer of $1 million from the Land Development Reserve for this work. City Council approval is required per the Administration Bylaw number 2003-69 Schedule D, Section 7, to issue and award any negotiated request for proposal for consulting services that are expected to exceed $750,000. I submit this for your review and approval and open for any questions.
I will ask, sorry, I'm sorry. This one? Okay. I'll ask a member of no, which one? I will ask. A member? Oh, there. Okay, can I have someone move the report? Okay. Councillor Mancinelli? Do you wish to speak to the report? Okay. Okay. Councillor Bezos?
Yeah, thank you very much through the chair. I'm going to put my engineering hat on for a moment here. Walk me through what it's going to take to do the engineering for $750,000 on this. We're doing some infrastructure development, if I'm correct, which looks at some of the subgrade development, which is sewer, water. I assume the utilities take care of the utility portion of it, gas, power. So what are we doing for $750,000 for engineering on this? Like explain some of the details as you know, I'm an engineer wanting to hear a detail on the cost in this.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, through the chair. So I'll start and then I'll pass it to my colleagues for more detailed answer. I will say that when we set up budgets, we have a standard, so you know, of what has to go into this type of work that we're following on this. But I'll pass it over to my colleague, Mr. Jedlick, to answer more of the specific questions of what this goes towards.
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair. So the fees are related to the overall detailed design for the construction of all the services for the area. So that'll include 10th Avenue from Elphinstone over to Albert Street. Everything south of that, which is the dual purpose sort of stormwater facility, as well as community park. So the playground design and park design. And then north of that, all the underground services for water, wastewater, storm, as well as surface works for roadways and sidewalks.
The question that I still have is, when I'm looking at that cost for that design work, if we're going to go to a developer to develop it, wouldn't we just want to hand over the package and say, here's a standard, develop it to this standard, and move on? Like when we're looking at the actual size of the land, we're not looking at a huge project, we're looking at a very small amount of development in the grand scheme of the footprint, and the cost just, yeah, sorry, the costs just seem extremely high for this small piece of land that we're actually developing.
Mr. Jedlick? Or Mr.
Sorry, through the chair. So this is just an estimate of the cost. This is for approval to do an RFP. So we will get, you know, bids on this work. And so if the work comes in lower, we will, you know, we do value-based procurement. So we want to make sure that the work gets done, but we're just estimating it at over 750,000 based on prior projects of this scale and scope. So, but we don't actually know what the cost will be at this point until we get the RFP responses back.
Okay, and the other question I would have is, when we look at a small development like this, would there be any capacity of I'm going to say we do have a fairly substantial engineering team in-house, or do we have capacity to do it in-house, or we don't have capacity to do this one in-house?
Through the chair, see, we do not have any staff internally that do this work. So the design work, we typically RFP this out to the market and get a best price, hopefully at that, for doing it that way. Just because it comes in piecemeal, so we don't have necessarily a full-time staff doing this type of work. In terms of what's actually going to be delivered on those lands, we're uncertain yet. We're going to put that to the market as well. So we're currently hoping that we get some interested market participants to bid on that, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Doney for some more clarity on that process.
Okay. Mr. Doney?
Mr. Jedlick.
Mr. Jedlick.
Through the chair. So the approach that we're taking with the Taylor Field sites is that the city will install the services and create the parcels, and then make the service parcels available to vertical developers. And so the city is undertaking the land development component of this, which was previously approved in the strategic direction you know, in the annual report. But the reason we do that is because there are only a handful of developers that undertake land development, but there are a lot that undertake the vertical development. And I think at the end of the day, the city's interested in getting a good mix on the vertical side, and that's what, you know, will really help have an impact on the neighborhood and the revitalization of the North Central area. So the city is essentially taking over the land servicing, whereas we are already meeting now with First Nations and private developers on the vertical development to generate interest on parcel sales.
Okay, that I'm going to say opens up to another realm of questions. It's build it and they will come. So invest $750,000 on, hopefully they'll come, and hopefully the development will happen. Is there a possibility or mechanism that we can say, okay, let's ensure that we can develop this first, let's get a developer in place first, and then proceed to ensure that we can get the developers in place and then proceed and say, okay, then we'll commit money and development to the sewer and water? I want to say, let's put the cart before the horse. We're developing land that we don't know if anyone wants to actually develop, and if we develop this land to say it's developable, are people going to actually develop it, or do we have any signed commitments from any developers said we will be there? Like, if we are going to put this kind of money out, $750,000, and put engineering and packages together, I realize it's a package and it's a design detail, but to spend $750,000 to sit on a shelf that we find out 6 months or a year from now no one actually wants to build out there, then we wasted $750,000. If we say, let's put down an RFP process to say we're open to anyone that wants to come and develop, and this is what we're looking for the neighborhood, then commit after we have a commitment from somebody else that's going to come and do the building.
Mr. Dedlin?
Through the chair, certainly those are discussions that we're starting to have to understand what interest various developers would have on those lands, but we do not have any signed commitments from anyone. I think right now the time frame for this is that we want those lands to be serviced and available at about the same time that the IAF is coming to completion, so that there's excitement in that area to, you know, as well as having the stormwater and park facility coming to completion, so that there's really a draw that attracts people in. And so our early conversations have been positive with developers, and there is interest, but no, there are no signed commitments at this time.
Okay. I'm going to suggest, instead of having a commitment of $750,000, going to a budget system, and we need to look at the right project, the right time, for the right dollar value, is enter into a letter of intent to say we will do this providing someone is kind of come out and do the development, versus doing engineering details prior to actually having any commitment. I'd be interested in a letter of intent that we will do this, providing someone comes to the table.
Okay, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, thanks. Through the chair, I'd just like to remind council that us as the land developer of that site has already been approved. So this council approved that when we did the land and real estate annual plan, and this is simply just us coming forward to say we're continuing on that work. Land development comes with risks and it comes with rewards. So we're fortunate that the risks we took at the towns are paying off. And as put it forward in that report, you know, we believe that we're going to have to use some of those profits to develop this land, and we believe that was part of council's direction, is that we get this land into development and ready for people to go vertical on it. If council wants to come back and re-change that decision, always up to council to do that. I would just say this would put this project further behind if we don't start the work. If your council's not comfortable with us being the land developer on these lands, that's a bigger conversation. In terms of budget, so this all runs through the land development reserve, so this is not taxpayer funded.
Councillor Basil?
Yeah, no, my only concern is we haven't heard from developers. We don't see any developers sitting in the room right now saying, I want to develop this land. So we have a risk, and you're right, Mr. Anderson, we have an inherent risk. From discussions that I've had with developers, there is a risk out there, and the developers have expressed that risk as well too, if they're going to develop it or be able to sell these lots after. So I want to make sure we're doing the right thing. We need to develop this land, there's no doubt about it. But is there an appetite for developers to actually hit the ground running and put some shovels in the ground and start doing some building on it? So my position would be, let's get a letter of intent that we will do this development, providing somebody's going to come to the table and say, here's a package that I want to do to put forth for this land. That's all I got to say on that one.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Thanks. Sparked a little bit of question and confusion. I think I got to figure out for the confusion, it's that word developer. Every time I hear it, it means a different thing. One time it's vertical, one time it's land, but it's used the same way and, integral in this conversation so far. So I guess I better clear up my confusion first. We have a couple land developers in the city. That's a little bit of a skill set that's not huge. Land development would be like maybe a Dream or Harvard, Westera, Coopertown. Those big multi-hectare developments are what our city land developers generally engage in and bid for. Is that the history of Regina through the chair?
Mr. Anderson?
It's through the chair, that is correct. So the city of Regina is one of those land developers, so I'd say we're one of the biggest three. There's also small pockets of land developers. We had one here last week talking about the lands in Harbor Landing. So we do have several land developers in the city.
Mm-hmm.
The city is one of them, and we currently are under council direction to develop the lands at Taylor Field. And this is how this gets done, is you first start off with a consulting project to start laying out how the infrastructure will get laid.
Our developers in the city, do they generally do brownfield or greenfield? Does the city get stuck with a lot of brownfield development and the big guys go after the greenfield?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we do have a lot of greenfield development occurring, but we are seeing a significant increase in our brownfield development or intensification projects, which is really exciting to see. But those are more like builders, where they're
Vertical
taking a parcel and building on it, which is, I think, what we're looking for the Taylor Field lands.
Yeah.
Lots of opportunities. Builders are looking for lots of opportunities within the intensification area to build and develop lands.
I'm just giggling because I slipped into it too. I forgot to say land developer and vertical developer because it kind of it meshes in and it has two different meanings, and it happened again, right?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair.
Yeah. Through the chair, do we have a design contest going on for something in the city?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we do. We have a design competition going on right now for that missing middle design. So what that means is there are challenges with developing lands within the intensification area or already developed communities. So we are doing a design competition to select a design that would give builders good ideas, if you will, on what they can be building on already built-out community lands.
So that wouldn't be pertinent to this parcel or what's going on here at all?
It may be, it may not. It depends on, it probably wouldn't be. I would let Mr. Jedlick speak to that.
Sorry, Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, that current design competition wouldn't necessarily be relevant to these lands, but we are actively engaging with vertical developers to bring awareness to the opportunities that will exist in a couple of years once the services are installed, so that they have time to contemplate what projects might be best suited for the lands and for their particular sort of end goals.
Trying to measure demand, this is something I seem to remember being requested through the media and people wanting to see that land actioned. Is that the type of feedback administration's been receiving as well? Although, to Councillor Bezo's true, I'd rather have a signed letter, but just wondering how that measures up to other projects, or, you know, what the push is. I kind of appreciated the words of planning alongside the IAF and trying to create excitement. I'd like to hear more about that if I could.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, through the chair, I would say in general, that's what we're hearing as administration, is that people in the city are excited to get that lands into development and to get things moving. Obviously, there's lots of different ideas around what should go or be on that land, but we'll leave that up to the market to decide. I will say in our forecast, so one of the big reasons the city is taking this on in terms of the land development side and not the vertical is for our cash flows. We believe that this will end up costing us more than we get in sales, and so but part of the reason we're doing this is to get that land into development so that we can get it to vertical developers and start moving ahead on projects, because I think that's very desired in the community.
So with how the tax base is spread out through the city, the surrounding areas to this land, are they heavy taxpayers, or has the lack of investment really allowed that area of the city not to be able to contribute as well as the rest of the city?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so every household in Regina is a taxpayer,
Yeah.
and so they are. It would be based on the value of the properties in that area. We believe that if done correctly, this could bring up the value of the properties in that area. And so we're excited about bringing this into production so that we can get some new build there with a new park, and with, as Mr. Jedlick had mentioned, surrounding the new IAF, that we can create a community in there that helps bolster the value of all the homes in that area.
Yeah, great families in that area and lots of nice homes. Of course, some run down, but there are many nice homes in that area as well. 1,000 square foot home in that area, does it pay for the same percentage or as much percentage as a 1,000 square foot home in other parts of Regina? Or because of the lack of investment within that central Regina area, has that allowed the tax base to wither in that area, not contributing as the rest? That's my question. Will this investment help right-size the tax base so the contributions become better as we invest to make it better?
Through the chair, so I would say in general in the city, we have what we refer to as the donut. So the areas on the outskirts of the city are increasing in value faster than the units inside the city. So the closer you are to downtown right now, those values are climbing slower than the values on the outskirts of the city. That's why we believe a project of this scope could help to bring the values up in properties closer to the downtown. Anything where we have some new development in areas like this tends to increase the value and livability of that area, therefore making the properties in this area go up and relatively then be paying more in taxes.
So this is an investment as compared to an expense, and it helps right-size a long-standing problem, and it brings a needed investment into the central part of Regina. It's kind of how it lays out. That's the importance of getting it going.
Through the chair, I would say yes, that's true.
Thank you.
Councillor Siklis? Councillor Siklis?
Yes, good morning, and through the chair, good morning, everybody. Thank you for this initiative. I'll remind everyone that early in our mandate this year, in the wintertime, we made a bunch of noise about finally getting this developed. So I understand this is a city or a council-led initiative that's finally getting going, and I don't want to slow it down, but I do think we're dancing around some questions that aren't being answered. And considering that we're in one of the toughest budget seasons we've ever seen. I think it's important that we answer a few questions today. There was an article in the newspaper back at the end of March with our two lovely fellows here. I don't know why they're being blurred out. There they are. Talking about the promise of greater prosperity, at least the article was. The residential segment is about 9 acres, is that correct? Someone verify that for me?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, it's about 10 acres.
Super, okay. And what I'm looking for is, this approval is not for 750, just to clarify what Councillor Beza was talking about. It's for something more than 750. And in this article, it says $1 million was thought about as the design cost. Is that what you think that the numbers are going to come back at, or more?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Siklis, the budget for this has already been approved. Again, when we brought forward the land plan, this was part of that. And to your recall, we did have conversations about making sure that this land comes on. All of this is running through the land development reserve, and the project as a whole has been approved, and we're just moving forward. This is simply us getting approval because it's over $750,000 to do the first leg of the work. But it is much larger than $750,000, and it's a multi-year project.
Understood, and that's why I'm trying to get some numbers for our residents who are asking me, what are we spending money on? And I get that this is going to be paid back over time after development. But what I'm leading to is, did we say we're going to make this affordable housing more than 10 years ago? And are we sticking to that, number one?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chairs, at this point, we don't have a contract for who's going to do the vertical development. We are simply here to ask for us to start moving ahead on getting the infrastructure in place so that we can start taking that next step as to what type of housing will be on that parcel. That's not in this report. This is simply just for us to start doing the undergrounds.
Okay, so what we're trying to prevent here is moving ahead blind without the thought of what's going to be built there in the future. So my next point is to question, what's the cost per house going to be for the development portion that we're doing, and how does that compare with other developments in the city? Estimate the number of homes that are going to be built and cost per home.
Through the chair, I wouldn't have that. Again, this report is simply to ask that we start planning and doing engineering work for the undergrounds. Vertical development can take all different types of buildings and units. It could be one massive home. It could be a series of townhomes. It could be a series of fourplexes. We wouldn't be able to give you that answer right now. We're years away from that. This is simply just to start getting the infrastructure in place so that the market can start to develop vertically on it.
Yeah, I don't find those answers comforting. I think we know more about development than maybe we're leading on here in public. If this is going to be an affordable development, certainly someone, before starting to spend $1 million or more, can tell us what these homes are going to eventually be priced at. We've had those conversations in private amongst us, trying to figure out what it could look like. If this is going to be affordable, then tell us it's affordable by telling us what the cost is comparative to moving to the Greens or living in another of our new developments going on. There should be some sort of differential. We're not going into this blind. Is that what we're suggesting?
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you. With respect to members of Executive Committee, this might be an opportunity for a much-needed recess into privates in in-camera session. We're straying into stuff that should not be discussed in public. I will leave it to members to request that you go in camera, but that is your call.
Councillor Flores?
I request to go in camera to discuss this.
Anybody opposed that we go into camera? Okay. Carried. I'll call meeting to order. Okay. So committee received confidential information pertaining to land development and no decisions were made. So I will move on here to any councillor have any questions? Oh, okay. Councillor Turnbull? Oh, Councillor Siklis? Okay, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Siklis, go ahead.
I didn't have my hand up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you have 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. Do you want to add anything?
No, thank you. I'm in favor of this project proceeding. Just let's watch our pennies, please. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Turnbull.
A question would be, when we looked at this project earlier in the year, I believe we were applying for funding. Can we talk about that and where we are in that process?
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, as part of this project, we have applied for CHIF federal funding. I don't believe we have heard final word yet, but it did come to council in between the land report and today's meeting for approval to use it to apply for a CHIF grant.
And what was our obligation to this grant? Is it one where we put in a certain amount and they put in a certain amount?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Jedlick to give some more clarity around the CHIF process.
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, that's correct. It would be a shared funding model, which we would ideally be obtaining 70 cents on the dollar for eligible costs would be provided through the CHIF funding.
Okay. And so in order to get that funding, we would have to move ahead as we had spoke about in March, correct?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, yes, the funding would be contingent on the undergrounds being installed. And the funding is specific to undergrounds, so the servicing of the land.
Perfect. I had some questions about the RFP, RFQ. I know we've asked for specifics in the budget process for that, but since we don't have that information now, I did want to ask for this. How much of our RFP is broken down between the cost we get back versus experience and value for our contractors?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I'm not recalling our exact weighting. I believe 55% of our current process is on cost, and then everything else would trail down from that. But again, there would be, you have to be able to meet the technical requirements of the job is the overall arching thing. And then we would go to evaluate all the other items that we look at, including Indigenous, environmental. There's a bunch of different things that we weight on.
Eventually, so I look forward to seeing that process. I have faith that it's going well. And then when we do that, we usually try to get at least 3 bidders, correct? Do we assume we'll get a good response?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yeah. I mean, this is regular work that we do on a regular basis. And so we do have several people. Maybe I'll pass it to Mr. Jedlick to see if we have an actual number of how many responses we typically get to an RFP this.
Mr. Jedlick?
If he knows.
Through the chair, on the engineering services work, we would ideally see probably upwards of 5, maybe 10 respondents on this for this.
That gives me a lot of reassurance that we'll get some good people out there. I did want to ask, when we go for private consultant versus sort of doing our own, does that have a different level of, I guess, control in terms of whether we're doing it to our design standards versus private standards? What would be the difference between us developing it with the control of our community plan standards versus private? What would be the pros and the cons there?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, the standard to which the infrastructure is designed is actually established by the city as a regulator, so that would be Ms. Bryden's area that would establish the standard for any of the underground infrastructure. And it wouldn't matter whether the city is undertaking it or we contract a third-party developer, or if we were to sell the land and a third-party developer were to undertake the development, it would be the same standard on the underground infrastructure, with the notable exception that the anything to do with environmental remediation is to a provincial standard.
Question about the adjacencies and opportunities with the construction next door of the indoor aquatic center. Specifically, well, no, we'll just stay there. Was there any opportunities or adjacencies with that construction going alongside?
Through the chair.
Mr. Jedlick.
Through the chair. The opportunities for the IAF is that the area can be used as a staging ground. As well, the storm pond that's intended to have a dual function of storm pond as well as park space south of 10th Avenue is going to accommodate the stormwater, some of the stormwater management from the IAF. And the third, I guess, piece of this is that the road network is designed with the understanding of how the IAF operates to ensure that that east-west travel is sort of best accommodated throughout this process.
Okay. When we were looking at the IAF, there was a supplemental report asked for to possibly increase the geothermal. I know we don't have it yet, but with Taylor Fields possibly being underdeveloped, would there be any connection point there or any innovation or sustainability opportunities which we should be looking at or value add, or how do those work together? Like if
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, yes. I think at this point it's premature to try and estimate what that can do. We definitely are, I guess I'll call it hopeful, that once that technology proves itself out and we have the facility there for the IAF, that we can tap into it if a vertical developer feels like that would be something that the market wants. But at this point, we're too early in the game here to kind of speculate on that type of a benefit.
The development of the underground wouldn't affect that going ahead in the future? They are two separate that are not interconnected, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. You know, our underground work and design work for the undergrounds is what's required to do any kind of vertical development. So it doesn't matter what we're doing out there or what the market wants to put out there. It's just a requirement for us to get the services there so that people can invest in our great community and start putting money into it.
Okay, and then just to clarify, this was budgeted for through the land development reserve, which we budgeted in March, which is separate from our mill rate discussions that we were having, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. Currently, right now, you know, we're forecasting this to be a loss for us, but we believe it's important as a city to invest in that area and the infill and to grow our density and to sort of revitalize that neighborhood. You know, we're fortunate that we're running a land development company that's kicking off profit, that we don't need to go to taxpayers for this type of investment. It will come down to obviously a lot of unknowns as to what the lot prices will garner on the private market. And also we have applied for the CHIF funding. So if we are successful in getting CHIF funding, it will reduce the city's portion quite substantially, and we'll have partners in the provincial and federal government to help us get the undergrounds into this space so that private developers can develop on it.
Okay.
Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much through the chair. One of the questions I want to ask is, being more risk adverse on this development, what would a structure look like if we went out to the open market and just said, okay, we're going to dispose of this land as is, take it over, develop it, here's some of the check boxes we want to hit. We want to have whatever this development looks like. And essentially you give up the land at no cost, which is useless in the current state that we're sitting at, and have a developer develop the land, including the engineering for the land, and then have the ability to sell these lots without that land price attached to it, so they can actually sell them for a lower market value than what would be out there with traditional development fees. So essentially, give the land to an open competition to say, develop this land, to be more risk adverse for a developer to develop the land, and then that way we could have the developer would have less fees in developing the land as far as the acquisition, so they can develop the land and hopefully sell it at a lower value than their
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, so in general, thanks for the question, Councillor. The city as a land developer has gotten exactly what you just said. Like we have the land, we didn't have to pay for the land. We don't have to necessarily pay development charges. That would be, again, a conversation to have with our regulator and Ms. Bryden. I would say, our expectation is that it will cost more to develop the land than we will receive in lot sales based on the current market value of that land. We could, to the councillor's point, we don't have to be the land developer on it. We could put that out to tender. I would say while we've gotten, interest of interested parties wanting to do vertical development, we haven't had any land developers come express any kind of interest in this lands at this point, but it's definitely something that we could contemplate if that's the direction council wanted to go.
Thank you.
You're out of time, Councillor Basil. Councillor Sakiniak.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on something that was discussed before we went in camera, which was this question of whether or not there was council direction for affordable housing on the Taylor Fields development, which, to be clear, I think would be great, but I do think it's important, and I've heard lots of folks in the public stating that that is what was promised there. So I just wanted a response from administration about what is the council direction in relation to that land.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. So when I started here at the beginning of the year, this land was actually being held for a baseball stadium. So if you recall, we had a meeting early in the year where we took that requirement off, and then this council decided that we would start the process of being the land developer. At that time, there was no decision made on what type of vertical development would go on that land, simply that we wanted to make sure that that land gets put back into use and to start that process. Council then approved us applying for a CHIF grant on that land, so hopefully we will get some federal and provincial partners to help us pay for that infrastructure. But at no time am I aware, or any of my colleagues aware, that council had put a prerequisite that this land be part of any type of low-income housing.
Okay, and so actually that sort of the history of that dates back to prior to your time on council or with the city, because it also predates my time with the city. Mr. Nickel, I'm not trying to necessarily put you on the spot, but could you maybe clear that up a bit? Like there was some discussion, my understanding, there was some discussion about that, but there was never actual formal council direction of what would happen with those lands. Is that accurate?
Mr. Nickel?
Sure, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I can confirm that's my understanding, Councillor Zakidniak. There is no specific or formal council directive on that. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of musings about what could the site be, wouldn't that be great, how do we rejuvenate that particular piece of land, where it is in that part of the city. But again, many years have passed. Mr. Anderson's articulated some of the changes that have taken place. But yes, it was more of a, in a perfect world, that's what we would have, as opposed to any specific direction.
Right, okay, and for the record, I agree with that. I think that sounds great, but as Mr. Anderson noted, I think we have to wait and see what interest there is for the development of those lands and then go from there. And then in relation to this, what we're considering today, which is consulting services over $750,000. This is a pretty, if administration can confirm, this is a pretty standard process that the city embarks on with more extensive design opportunities that we are looking for. Reason I ask is because I've seen this multiple times since joining council, and I know the number sounds significant at first blush, but this is a pretty routine process for the city to embark on. Can someone maybe clarify that a bit?
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thanks, and through the chair, you're correct, Councillor. This is a regular part of any type of land development work that we do, and we've done many projects in my time here. Again, just this year, we've brought a few items where we've had to get this approved by council. It's just part of our financial controls.
Yeah.
But we hope that, you know, this isn't out of the normal. And what we have to do is sort of estimate before we do the RFP how much it's going to be when we use a percentage of the total project costs. And if that works out to be, we think it's going to be over 750, we come and get prior approval.
Okay. And I think this is my understanding as well as a standard practice across many municipalities, not just in Regina. I think the city manager wanted to weigh in.
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you. I did, not necessarily with that aspect of the question, but I did get some additional information with respect to your earlier question, Councillor Zakidniak. And I'm quoting here that the 2011 direction was to develop a neighborhood that provides mixed income housing options for purchase and rent. So fairly wide open in terms of interpretation.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Okay, well, I personally am excited as this continues to evolve, the redevelopment of Taylor Field, which, I mean, as we know and as folks in the community know, has been a long time coming. As the councillor for North Central, I'm particularly excited, and I know that folks living in that neighborhood are very excited to see some actual development and investment in that neighborhood. And so I certainly don't want to delay it in any way. And I hope we can get started and maybe actually see something happen in this term of council. Because as Mr. Nickel noted, these conversations have been occurring since 2011 and prior, I would say. So it's definitely time to see something come to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor Burton?
We have I'm going to say a hole in the middle of the city for this location here with Taylor Field. It's been around for quite a few years, and people are saying, well, what are we doing with it? We have a sizable number of blocks there, and my question to the city administration is, do we achieve economies of scale by developing this lot, even though there are remediations required as compared to developing other opportunities that may be in the vicinity north of there or other areas around the city?
Okay, Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, based on, so I'll speak specific to the Taylor Field lands. Based on environmental assessments thus far, we've determined that the area that's proposed for residential development, which has the most stringent remediation requirements, actually has no known impacts. And so with that, we've selected that area to put into residential development because we know that we won't have to incur those additional expenses on that area. Whereas the lands to the south of 10th are impacted. And so purposefully we've said, it's probably not a great investment to try and remediate those completely to a residential standard. And so that's where we've designated those areas for the Storm Pond sort of green space area.
Thank you. Through the chair, are there any other, are there any better opportunities in that downtown and the North Central and some of those areas in the reasonable locality to the old Taylor Field site?
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. So this is a unique site, given that it is 10 acres, really close to downtown. for a city of our size. We do have the yards as well, which will be coming into production in the next few years. So similar project where we have lands that we're going to put out to market and, you know, start doing an infill there as well.
Okay. You know, I feel there's a bit of a public push for development, because as I said, it's been sitting vacant for a while and people want to do something with it. I am in favor at the right price. And so I guess my question is, you know, it's not necessarily a big profitability item here, but is the spend appropriate this year with our projected deficit that's coming? Because I am being bombarded with emails about city finances, and is leaving it to another year a good, you know, yes, I do want to develop, but is this a good fiscal decision this year with as we navigate the finances this year?
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, and through the chair, so this is a capital investment, as part of our capital investment in these lands, and it does not impact the mill rate or taxpayers. We are funding this fully right now through the Land and Development Reserve. So the profits that we have off of developing the towns and other neighborhoods are being invested into this property. Doesn't impact the mill rate.
Thank you. And then how much difference would a CHIF grant make in the overall finances?
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Gray if I get the numbers wrong, but I believe we would be left if we get the full allotment of what we've asked for, we'd be left with 26.67% of the total cost, and our other funding partners would take up the rest. So significant investment if we get it from our partners in the federal and provincial governments, and something that wouldn't be available if a private developer were to take over the land development.
Through the chair, is there any confidence level that you could ascribe to getting the CHIF grant?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yeah, I can't pretend to know,
you don't know
what the federal and provincial governments are, how they're running that process. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. We have our mandatory 15-minute break, and we can resume this discussion when we get back. Could I get everybody to take their seats? We'll call this meeting to order. And, yeah, Councillor, yeah. Okay, can everybody take their seats, please? Okay. Hey, Councillor Fro.
Chair. Understanding the context that was given by the CFO around where this money is coming from, I think that was quite instructive. But it might be useful if we're able to. Could we paint a picture, maybe even like under an optimistic scenario, using development that we've done before or some internal metrics as to what the property taxes might be from this community when built out, or is that too premature? I think one of the important things we need to be mindful of when we're talking about our inner city neighborhoods is there's lots of important reasons why we support community, but certainly one actually is when we raise the value of property in these communities, it's actually great for the property taxes and the property values of our entire community. So I'm curious as to whether we've done some modeling of what the property tax collection might potentially be.
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. I would agree with your sentiment in that this is important for that neighborhood, and adding the park space, adding some new homes generally tends to make the neighborhood more valuable. Without knowing what the vertical development's going to be and sort of the market pricing on that, hard for us to model what would be expected. Again, we're hoping that excuse me, the market comes with lots of different ideas for that area, and that would all then depend. In general though, 100% you're right. New development in an area like this tends to improve the value of all the surrounding neighborhood, and therefore your assessment values would go up and then your taxes as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, I mean, I think, again, some important context for us. North Central, this part of the city, oh, sorry, Ms. Bryden.
Ms. Bryden?
Thanks, through the chair. Just to add to Mr. Anderson, in context for intensification purposes, in 2024, the city saw about 419 units develop within developed communities. So not Taylor Field site, but just units in general within developed communities, which would see, we're estimating the tax lift, municipal tax lift for those 419 units is about $1 million. So not insignificant, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. Through the chair. I guess just to be brief from my perspective, there's incredible value to this land because it's incredibly value to the community. We do things all the time as a city. Sometimes it doesn't have a profit motive. We wouldn't have roads or parks or pools if everything we did was to make money, but I think we've heard actually that there'll be an important ROI to the city. I think we've made a commitment to North Central as a community, and the benefit of this particular development touches on many things I suspect we all care about: reconciliation, economic development, community safety, and affordability. And certainly, as we've heard, while there's an initial capital outlay here, we've seen where the money comes from. It does not affect the mill rate, but it certainly has the potential to positively affect taxpayers in the city. So I think we're probably all in agreement. We have an obligation to show a vision as a city, and certainly I'll be supporting it, and I commend administration on the work and look forward to supporting this and other intensification efforts. Thanks.
Councillor Radens?
Thank you. So thank you to my colleagues for all of your questions. I appreciate what's happening here. And I in March, I do recall that a lot of us were excited about moving forward on this land that was sitting for 8 and now 9, going on to 10 years, unfortunately. And so it's good to see movement on that. And we talked about the revitalization piece in our core area, which is so important, and especially for North Central. And can you just tell me what 27% you'd mentioned earlier, if we were to receive that funding, like how much would that be equates to?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor, and I'll run through the numbers here, and I have Mr. Gray here if I'm stepping out of bounds, but essentially the total project cost, and this was what was provided in the CHIF breakdown when we came to council, so it is a part of that public document. So the total project cost is just over $20 million. You know, ineligible costs were 6.5, so that relates to things that the other levels of government don't like it when we've already spent the money, so it's things we've already spent the money on. And also things like the park area and stuff that didn't necessarily relate specifically to housing. But of the 14.4 million then that of eligible costs, the federal government we've applied for would cover 40%, which is 5.7 million. The provincial government would cover a third, which is 4.8, and the city would cover 3.8 million of that eligible costs. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so, I mean, and so when we considered that, obviously the federal funding at the time when that came out was a big bonus. And so, anyways, I'm excited about and to support. I can't wait to see what this is going to look like. You know, it's nice to have a little bit of focus within our city core area. And again, thank you for all the work on this. I appreciate it.
Councillor Turnbull?
Hi, to the chair. So I just had a couple more questions. With the planning and how it goes, how flexible would it be for design moving forward when you put the pipes in? Is that kind of determining what it's going to be already, or does it stay fairly open-ended for what this development is going to be?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so in general, yeah, it would be, you know, we would be running those core services. So as soon as the water, wastewater, all of those things are there, it still remains really flexible for our vertical developers.
Okay, perfect. And I just wanted to say, the reason that this is probably like the city projects, when we're talking about responsible spending, this ends at 3.8 million, which is really 26.7% of the cost going to the city. And I did have, oh, sorry, I have one more question, and this would be to the chair to amend probably. When we are planning these developments, we always include spaces for playgrounds and green space in our plans, is that correct?
Oh, Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chairs, as greenfield development is built out, yes, municipal reserve lands, which is what is used for parks and green space, is accounted for within those plans.
And so the developer would also be building that green space and park requirement while they build this as well?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And I would refer to Mr. Jedlick to speak to how that would work for the Taylorfield lands.
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, yes, the land south of 10th is intended to be green space, which will have park features. And so the city land development team will work with the regulator, which is Ms. Bryden's team, on a detailed park design. And through that process, there would be community consultation, as there would be in sort of any undertaking like this, be it in greenfield or brownfield areas.
And so when we do development, we're actually sort of requiring the private developers to put that infrastructure in. So not only would we be getting the housing requirement, we would also potentially be getting the green spaces and the parks added to that area as well, correct?
Mr. Jedlick? Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, yes, that's somewhat common in greenfield, so in new neighborhoods, you'll often see them lead with a park because that's a community amenity that helps attract residents to the area to give them confidence in buying there, and those recreational facilities are important in getting those home sales. And so that's a bit of the thinking behind this. We know that the IAF is very attractive and that will be a draw into the community. There's an outdoor splash pad that's part of that IAF, and then as well this green space south of 10th will also be another draw into the community.
So starting this development is actually getting a lot more infrastructure in place other than just homes for that area. And I think a lot of these points have been said already, but that land development reserve we keep talking about had some main character energy back in March and February. And back then, when we were talking about it a lot, it came up when this project came up when gave $7 million, or a little bit shy of $7 million to Costco, saying that wouldn't threaten this project from that reserve. And then we committed to it back then. And this is $3.8 million, which we talked about then, and I just think this is a really good thing, and we are going to get our return on investment, and it's really important to our community well-being, so I support this.
Oh, you're out of time. I got just a question. By doing all this, preliminary design, detailed design, I'm assuming that brings value, because I know Councillor Basil was talking about possibly getting developers to come in and, I guess, bid on a project, but having all this preliminary design and detailed design in place with construction services, that would be, if we went that way, that would create extra value, I would assume, before we go to that next stage of maybe getting developers to bid. Mr. Anderson?
Yes, through the chair. Definitely, this is an investment in the value of that land. Fully serviced land is worth much more than unserviced land. So yes, that is a true statement, Deputy Mayor.
I guess my next question is, without having any development, I guess, sewers and wastewater, would it be difficult to get a developer to come bid in terms of financially?
Through the chair, in general in the marketplace, excuse me, there are, like we've mentioned, several companies in the city that do land development. This particular area, we haven't had any of those companies inquire about it. Just given the uncertainty of what the market value of the lots will be once it's serviced, and whether or not there will be a full recovery or profit available to the land developer. In our modeling, again, we don't see there being a profit to this, and that's why we've applied for CHIF funding and other things to say, it's important for the city that we develop this land and get it into production and start collecting property taxes.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Oh, sorry. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close debate? Okay, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Appreciated the debate and discussion this morning. Hearing administration, the viewpoint they've taken on this as a strategic investment, trying to tie the timelines together for the indoor aquatic facility to further excitement about this investment is really important. North Central Regina has been left to go on its own for decades. It's built problems into a great community with great people in it. And to right size that takes investment. To hear administration strategically seek out grant funding to help with that investment is also encouraging. In a year where we're talking the mill rate being reported by the media at 13.5%. Of course, that's not real. That's because we're doing the budget a different way this year. But all the same, knowing that this is coming from a land investment reserve, not from taxation, also a step in the right direction. And at the end of the day, this is just the money to put the plan together to do it. So I don't want to stand in the way any longer. I think this is a really important investment in the heart of our community. I think it helps right size a problem decades in the making. Take that stain in North Central out of everyone's ears that's been put there by magazines like Maclean's, and it'll allow people to know the great community it is. So I'm excited, and I think it's a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Zakidniak,
In favor.
in favor? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 9-1, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Flores, Siklis, Fro, Turnbull, Mancinelli, Burton, Radins, Zakidniak, and Rasevich. And the member voting against is Councillor Bezo.
We will now consider item EX 25-89, Regina Exhibition Association Limited, 2025 funding reallocation. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. We're now going to consider item EX 25-89, Regina Exhibition Association Limited, 2025 funding reallocation. I'd like to call upon delegation Rick Bennett and Jordan Slightholm of Regina Exhibition Association Limited, Regina. Please introduce your. Oh, I'll wait till you get to your seats. Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Thank you.
I think it's on now. There we go. Morning, Rick Bennett, President and Chief Executive Officer of Regina Exhibition Association Limited and proud new resident of Regina.
And I'm Jordan Slightholm, CFO at Real and also a resident of Regina. So I'll hop into the discussion and just, we've shared the materials as part of the package, and City Admin has provided their report as well. So I'll keep it brief and just indicate that the Regina Exhibition Association has not spent the full interest expense allocation that was approved by Council. Various factors, lower interest rates, cash flow management, earlier funding from the city than was expected in the budget, and we now have a lower spend in the debt allocation that was approved at the beginning of the year. And we're requesting to move that allocation to operations to pay down further pay down the line of credit and provide more operating room for Real for emergencies, repairs and maintenance, things that can come up, and just to have more room on the line of credit that has been built up over time prior to us coming on board. And the second request is around the capital piece. So Real had requested $1 million in capital allocation in 2024. Did not spend the full allocation. There was about $200,000 that was not spent in 2024. And due to contractor availability, just due to seasonality, some of those expenses went into 2025. And so we're requesting that allocation be moved to 2025 to pay for those expenses so it doesn't impact the 2025 capital allocation. And that's it. And I see some of the thoughts. I just wanted to give a quick 30-second blurb about what was in the materials. Like I said, they're all part of the package, but my intent was not to go through the full package. Just to give that context and leave it open for questions.
Thank you for presentation. Do any council members have questions of the delegation? Okay, I'll go 1, 2, 3. Councillor Fro. Councillor Burton.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, so I'm seeing I see that you want to move allocation to support Real's operating expenditures. And just, are there a lot of investments that you're looking to do? Like you talk about capital later on, but are there improvements that you're undertaking to make the facility better and improve the experience for the citizens of Regina and all that come to use the facility?
Yeah, I think the allocation so there's two requests, right? One is the capital spending, one is moving the debt, the interest expense that we're projecting not to spend into operating. And so for that request, our line of credit would have been projected to be at about 5.5 million at the end of the year on a $6.8 million line of credit. And so moving this funding over to further pay down the line of credit, kind of get out of the line of credit buildup that has happened in the past, gives more room for flexibility. And there's all sorts of capital items that might pop up. The buildings have had significant deferred maintenance over the years, needing about $9 or $10 million a year in spending, actually spending about $1 million. So as we go along, we would need to have additional room for those sorts of
So you're keeping them in the different lanes, the expense to keep reducing that operating expense.
That's right.
And then on the capital side, then to continue to invest in the facility to improve that.
Correct.
Are there any expenditures you've completed that are of note that you might have completed recently?
Councillor, thanks for the question. Maybe just on the point of the capital investments, absolutely. There's two components to it: the infrastructure, back of the house, which our customers may not recognize that investment improvements have been made, and naturally the front of the house, which are much more customer facing. I think probably one of the more noteworthy items that has been completed is the water balancing system and water temperature control within the change rooms that I know is of particular interest to yourself, Councillor. That is completed and fully operational.
Well, thank you. Through the chair, on behalf of myself, who has done the dance under the scalding hot shower and done the dance under the freezing cold shower, I prefer to dance elsewhere than in the shower, and I thank you for those improvements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak?
Okay, so I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak a bit further to the rationale behind these requests, because I see this as a positive development in a string of potentially developments that folks have caused concern among taxpayers in relation to Real. So if you could speak to whether I'm accurate in that assessment and maybe a bit further to the rationale behind these requests.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yeah, definitely we see it as a positive financial improvement. I think any time that we are not incurring additional interest expense in particular, that's a financial gain. And the request to council to be able to reallocate that interest savings to pay down further debt, again, just enhances the overall financial performance of Real. So yes, this is trending in a positive direction and in one step of many that we believe are yet to come.
Right, and so that's great. And on that note, as you just noted, you see this as the first step in additional positive improvements in relation to Real's financial situation. Is that accurate?
I think that's very correct. We recognize financial sustainability is at the absolute top of the priority list for our organization. And given that we have a new executive leadership team just in place for 3 months, I think the fact we're coming forward with this solution based upon operational performance improvement is perhaps indicative of what is ahead as well. And I think if we look further ahead to the end of the fiscal year, we can see some positive movements in the month of August, which we believe, and I say this cautiously because it is only 1 month, additional month, but there should be further improvements coming as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Radens.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Just for, I'd like to thank you for being here. And this is a step in the right direction in fiscal responsibility. And I appreciate, you know, the work that you're doing. And it's good to see some good news regarding Real for a change. So thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Okay. Where am I here? Sorry. Okay, well, thank you for addressing council. I ask that you please return to the gallery now. Oh, you got a question? Okay. We will now consider item EX 25-89, Regina Exhibition Association Limited 2025 funding reallocation. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, and through you, the chair. This report requires council to approve reallocation of unused 2025 debt funding to support operating shortfalls and to allow Real to utilize unused 2024 capital funding in 2025. This is required to move previously approved budget amounts by council. These requests from Real allow them to continue to operate within its total 2025 approved budget, avoiding the need to request additional funds in this year to supplement operating shortfalls. In addition, this report contains a receive and file of Real's Q2 operating results to fulfill the requirements stipulated in the UMA Real has with the city. I would also like to thank Jordan and his team at Real, who have been transparent with the city and are developing new exciting financial tools to help understand where Real is at. With that, I submit the report for your review and are open to any questions.
Okay. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Bezo? Do you wish to speak to the report?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay. Any questions from committee members on the report? Okay. Oh, Councillor Turnbull.
Hello, and to the chair. I just wanted to say how appreciative I've been of being a member of the Real board and of how much work and due diligence has been done. This is a result of basically a deep dive into finance and house cleaning and dotting the I's and crossing the T's and moving things in the right place. And I also wanted to relay the thank yous to Darren and Jordan for their good work. The story today is that they are just here for housekeeping and they are not here for asking for money, because this is a step in the right direction, and that maybe unsexy work of doing the finance and looking deep and figuring out where efficiencies are is making the difference, and it is seen and it is appreciated. And having been on the board, I've seen that firsthand in action, and I'm just very appreciative of it.
Okay. Councillor Bezo, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, close debate.
Thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay. Okay. We will now consider item EX 25-85, Water and Property Tax Affordability Program. Okay. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased to present the Water and Property Tax Affordability Program Report, which provides a review of the first 2 years of implementation for the City of Regina's affordability initiative. These programs were designed to support low-income households, specifically senior citizens and people living with a disability, by making essential services like water and property taxes more accessible and affordable. Since their launch in January of 2023, the programs have helped the City of Regina residents remain in their homes and access safe drinking water, while also aligning with the City of Regina's broader goals of equity, sustainability, and community well-being. When the programs were implemented, there was limited data to tell us how many households would qualify. Enrollment has been less than expected, and this report includes the following key recommendations. Number 1, budget reductions totaling $500,000. A reduction of $200,000 to the water rebate budget. This includes reducing the water rebate budget from $414,000 to $214,000 to reflect actual program uptake and expenditures. And a reduction of $300,000 for the high efficiency water retrofit program. Number 2, eliminate the daily affordability surcharge. Remove the 1 cent per day surcharge applied to all water accounts, as it is no longer needed to fund the programs. And 3, increase water rebate amounts. Raise the standard daily rebate from 66 cents to 82 cents. Raise the enhanced daily rebate from $1.32 to $1.64. Effective January 2026, with annual adjustments aligned to future utility rate increases. The proposed changes, including an increase to the water rebate and the removal of the daily affordable surcharge, can be implemented without raising utility rates, ensuring continued support for vulnerable households while remaining fiscally responsible. We submit the report for your review and are open to questions.
Can I have someone move the report? Okay, sir. Councillor Mancinelli, do you wish to speak to the report?
Sure. I appreciate the information. Happy to hear that there's not as much use as anticipated. I think that's a good sign, and I'm happy it's here for people who need it. Reading the requirements, that's pretty low thresholds to meet, and I could see the people who are receiving the help need the help, so I appreciate that as well. I can't believe actually how many people yelled at me about the utility bill for the couple cents that was being collected to have this program go forward. So I also appreciate that's taken off. That really actually did catch me by surprise, looking at the income needs of the people using this and trying to keep a balanced community. I thought this was well thought out and well implemented, so thanks for the report and putting this together.
Okay, any questions from committee members on the report? Sorry, okay, we have, Councillor Turnbull.
Yes, I wanted to, I guess, move for option 2 or do the amendment for option 2, which was direct administration to return with a report on options for different eligibility requirements for the city's water and property tax affordability programs, which I guess I can ask what that is for, but I was looking at the before tax low income cut off amounts, and they're very low dollar amounts. And with the lead program, which we discussed, I think it was like a couple weeks ago, we changed the income brackets to allow for more participants. And so I think option 2, which the administration has prepared, which is to come back on report options, would look more at why this program isn't necessarily being used or writing it, or I'll let administration talk to it actually, option 2.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, so that is an option for council to direct us to go back and sort of increase or expand the availability of the program in order to, and then we would keep the budget the same. and then find ways of allocating that to more people. Right now, we don't have the answers of how to do that. We would have to come back with a report to council after we do some engagement and work to see how best to do that.
Would there be an ability to have sort of a hybrid, assuming that report isn't coming back right away, where we acknowledge the amount of applicants there are currently while we're doing the report? Is that a possibility of a hybrid of option 1 and 2?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, interesting question, Councillor. I would say, so right now, option 1 is essentially reduce the amount required in budget going into 2026 and keep the program the same. Option 2 is to think of a new program. I would say the best way to kind of do the best of both worlds is to implement the changes for 2026 and then have us come back next year with our annual review with a more developed, full-out option of how to spend the original budget amounts. Would that be a combination that you were looking for, Councillor?
I think that would satisfy what I would like. I would look to the clerks for the wording on that and open up to discussion to other people, but I'm assuming this report wouldn't be done immediately anyway, so I think acknowledging the actual use of the program now would be good for next year while you look at this other part, similar to what we've done with other programs, because I think the intention of the program is there for affordability, especially when you look at the dollar amounts, and then even for the high efficiency water retrofit program. So I think that would acknowledge where we actually are at if we did something like that.
Mr. Anderson?
So through the chair, yes, I agree with you, Councillor. I would say then that the amendment would read that, you know, we would still stick with option 1, but you would be adding that we come back in Q3 of 2026 with a report of how to expand the program in order to get back to the original budgeted amounts. Would that be clear? Or
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair. Yes, the intent is clear that the what's on the floor right now is concurrence with the recommendations in the report, and that Councillor Turnbull has moved an amendment to request that administration do the work that's outlined in option 2 of this report, and that they report back in 2026 as a result of that work.
I will verbally give my thumbs up. Through the chair.
I will let council discuss and then close this.
Through the chair.
Mr. Anderson?
Just for clarity, this would be approving option 1 and option 2, essentially, to say we're going to move ahead with option 1 and also direct administration to come back with the report as listed in number 2 in Q3 of next year.
Okay, so I don't see, oh. Does anybody would like, okay. You'd like, Councillor Manson-Lee, would you like to speak on the amendment?
I just want to ask administration a question. Being that this is option 1 and 2 combined, why didn't you just put this forth as the recommendation to start with, if instead of the 2 options, if it's no difference to your workload or no difference to administration?
Okay. Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The executive team we're not convinced that if Councillor Turnbull is just asking for a subsequent report, this does not say option 1 was approved. This just says approve option 2. We're looking to clearly make sure that option 1 as presented and then a subsequent report on option 2 be presented.
Ms.
I apologize
Ackerman?
if we're not understanding that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mancinelli put concurrence on the floor. So the recommendations in the report are on the floor to be approved, which is option 1 is my understanding. So that is on the floor right now. What's on the screen is the amendment that Councillor Turnbull has put forward. So members will have the opportunity to debate the amendment to have administration report back on what is outlined in option number 2 in 2026.
Mr. Nickel?
Apologies if we're not clear over here, but if option 2 is approved, then option 1 is not approved. What we were understanding from Councillor Turnbull was she was agreeing that
Can we
that
take a
option 1 was good.
Right.
And then she said, she was just saying, would you take a friendly amendment to say, and give a subsequent report?
Can we take a recess?
Sure.
We'll take a recess right now. Okay. Thank you. Can we all take? Okay. Administration, you understand the intent of the amendment? Mr. Anderson?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that is clear, and we understand the intent of that motion.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, on the amendment? Okay, on the amendment. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli.
Appreciate my turn. Through the chair. In the report, there was two options laid out. The first option, the recommended option, came with some adjustments in favor of residents, a little bit of affordability for general residents, adjusted the cost of the program. I noticed that option 2 was a separate recommendation. Looking at the amendment, it combines the two. This to me kind of seems like we've right-sized the program to the funding in the program, and we're planning it that way. If we go for option 2, we're now expanding the program, and all those adjustments are no longer pertinent. Am I missing how this lays out? Is that not extra work? Are we not adding on, and is that why there's two options?
Mr. Anderson.
So through the chair, yes, Councillor. So the reason for the two options was it is a significant amount of work and community engagement in order to develop a program that increases eligibility to get us to our original budget. We didn't want to put that forward unless council really wanted us to do that work. It is a significant amount of work and will cost internal resources and potentially an external resource to get us through the finish line there. That's why it's two separate motions. And I believe this still remains then, this would be in addition to option 1, would be for us to develop this report and come back to council next year.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question, Council.
Fully support the intent, but looking at the development of this program, the feedback I've had about it, and the general state of everything, there was two options for a reason. I support option 1, but I can't support the amendment. These are hard times. That's why this program's here. Maybe I'd like to revisit it next year. This is a yearly report. Is that correct?
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, this is the first, this is a sort of a biannual report, but I'll maybe pass it over to Ms. Mills or Ms. Hutch to know if we have an annual report coming back on this or if it will be every 2 years.
Ms. Mills?
Sorry. Through the chair, yes, so we did establish that we'd report back after the first 2 years of operation, and I guess our intention was to continue that cadence, was every 2 years to report back.
I think that answers all my questions. Once again, I do appreciate the intent, but looking at what we're planning through right now and the state of all the funding and the adjustments you've made already, I don't think it's the right time to start adjusting the recipe presently, so I can't support the amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Zakiniak?
Thank you. On the amendment, first of all, do we know what, if anything, other cities are doing in relation to the goals of this program, like similar types of programs? Do we have any sense about that right now, through the chair?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I'm not as part of this review, but we may have some knowledge of that. I'll pass it off to my colleagues, Ms. Hutch and Ms. Mills, to see if they have some information pertinent to that question. Ms. Hutch.
Ms. Hutchin?
Thank you. Through the chair, as far as the affordability program goes, in Saskatchewan anyway, no, there are no other municipalities offering an affordability rebate program. However, Saskatoon does have a tax deferral program, but they do charge interest. So it is different than Regina's, but that's the only comparable municipality that is offering any program. In Saskatchewan.
In Saskatchewan, okay. And so if this passes, would that be part of your work is, I know you understand in relation to Saskatchewan, but to see what, if anything, other municipalities throughout the country might do in this regard? Like, you know, like a jurisdictional scan or environmental scan?
Through the chair, yes, a jurisdictional scan is a reasonable part of what that report would include.
And so, just to make sure I understand, what's requested here. So if this passes, the exploration would be, knowing that we haven't used up the budget, what would be, I think there was mention of having engagement with residents as well. And so also staff just exploring what changes would need to be made to increase uptake in this program. So just wanted an overview of what work would be undertaken by administration if this passes.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. So yeah, we would have to, obviously when this program was first developed, we thought there would be more uptake given the structure of the program. We would have to probably engage some external expertise, go out into the community to find out right now it becomes an art. How do we expand the program in order to use up that specific budget amount? So I hope that answers your questions, but we'd probably have to engage not only the community, but also some type of expert who can help us with the math of at what point do we start using up too much budget or not enough.
So also just trying to determine what is based on engagement, based on what other jurisdictions do, based on the actual needs here in Regina, what is we talked about like using the original budget amount, but I think part of that work, it sounds like might be, what is that right budget amount? Not how do we hit this arbitrary number, but what is the appropriate amount to ensure that we're balancing these needs for folks? Is that accurate?
Through the chair, I would say, yeah, we would probably, if we're going to do a jurisdictional scan, we would start to have to put out what we believe that would cost us. So if we implemented a similar product to another city, we'd obviously have to say, well, this is how much we think we'd get for uptake for that based on our demographics. So yeah, it's pretty open-ended, I'll say. And so we could take this in many different directions.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is, and if you are doing additional work on this, the question of like what is the appropriate budget allocation, I think is an important question. It's certainly not like how do we get to this arbitrary number, but what is the number that balances the needs of certain residents who have higher needs, but also with just larger affordability for the city. I guess some feedback that I've also heard the feedback of the unpopularity of the affordability surcharge. And so I would suggest as a starting point, the name of affordability surcharge probably wasn't helpful in garnering support from residents because it sounds counterintuitive. But so I'm just noting that if this passes, and I'm inclined to support it, I don't think that the affordability surcharge was something that has gone over well with residents. And there was discussion of, this, if it all passes, we are removing that. When we continue to look for ways to change the program, in my experience, having that affordability surcharge was not helpful in terms of what residents, their support for the program. Also, recognizing that...
Your time is up on the amendment.
You didn't even give me a warning.
That was it.
That was it. All right, thank you.
Councillor Turnbull. Is there anybody else wanting to speak on the amendment? Sir. Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you. Briefly through the chair. I support, I think, a little bit more of an in-depth look at how we ensure equity and affordability within our operations as opposed to just sort of looking at this. And so I think just given the workload and the implications associated with our budget, I'm inclined not to support this specific amendment, although I'll be voting in favor of the original one. It's good to be able to, where we can, to take some expenses off the table, but certainly I think we'll want to take a broader look overall at some of the work we do to support affordability and equity in our community. And I think I heard through the chair from staff that actually this program we have does set us apart from other municipalities in Saskatchewan, which we can feel good about. But given the cost pressures on the city for now, at least, I will be voting against this and certainly supporting staff's recommendation, but absolutely open to have more broad conversations holistically about how we support affordability and equity. Thank you.
Anybody else wanting to speak on the amendment? Okay, I see no others. I think it was Turnbull to close the amendment.
Okay, to be clear, I don't think this actually changes this year's finance. It just acknowledges what the dollar value is. I will say that, like, the one person low income cutoff amounts was 26,926, which is pretty low number for low income. And if you were to look at this program, there were 274 participants, and 207 of those were senior citizens over 65. This really is a program which is been very helpful to our senior citizens. Our senior citizens have been talking to us about affordability and ways to help in their water bill, and this is who is going to help. And as we're talking about affordability and we're talking about taxes, this is how we can help affordability for people who need it, who contact all the time. And I'm just asking for the opportunity for city admin to do the report to say, why wasn't this program being used? Was it because the tax income low cutoff amounts was too low? Was it because the demographics? What is the right amount? Because I think the intent of this program is really nice and would help out with affordability, which is what we are all talking about. And we've had Age-Friendly Regina here several times about the struggles there. And if you look at the demographics, this program is mostly being used for senior citizens over 65 who have a lot of concerns in this area. So I do think it is worthwhile coming back with a report next year. With the different eligibility requirements for that.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote of 3-7. Following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Turnbull, Zakidniak, and Radins. Those voting against were Councillors Flores, Siklis, Fro, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, and Brasovich.
We are now back to debate on the main motion. Anybody, I guess, have any questions to admin? Councillor Siklis?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Isn't the report to council just kind of standard practice anyway?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes. So we had committed to every 2 years bringing a report back to council on this program. So this is the first one, as it started 2 years ago, and then we will come back in 2 years again.
Thank you.
I have one question. Just in regards to retrofits and putting in, I guess, new toilets and shower heads. Who pays for that? Miss Mills?
Thank you, through the chair. So the high efficiency retrofit program was that program that was previously funded through that 1 cent a day charge, the affordability surcharge that Councillor referenced. If the recommendation passes, it will be paid for through the standard utility rates. So it's a program where customers can apply, our low-income eligible customers can apply, and they get a voucher from us that they're able to give to their certified or their plumber, that we have a list of qualified plumbers that they're able to access, and then we pay the plumber directly on their behalf if they qualify for the program.
Thank you. I see no other questions. So Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close debate? No? Okay, thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
We will now consider item EX 25-86, application for title 2025 liens. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. The purpose of this report is to obtain City Council approval, as required by the Tax Enforcement Act, to serve 6-month notices and proceed with additional tax enforcement on properties where the City of Regina registered a tax lien in 2025 for tax arrears and the arrears have not been paid. The properties pertaining to this recommendation are listed in Appendix A. Throughout our tax enforcement processes, administration works to help property owners set up payment plans. While property owners are working with us, we do not make application for title within the Provincial Mediation Board. The report includes a request to cancel taxes that will total just over $16,000 as of October 1st for one mobile home unit that is uncollectible. The property for this recommendation is listed in Appendix B of the report. Other taxing authorities will participate in the cancellation of their share of the levies as per agreements with those taxing authorities. The cost of this penalty cancellation is borne full by the City of Regina, meaning the total cost of the city is $14,698. With that, we submit the report for your review and are open to any questions.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Bezo? Do you wish to speak to the report?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a question on the collection and the reset process. So with the outstanding fees that are out there, we're going to move towards lien. Does the clock reset if I pay $100 and I own 10,000?
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, I'll pass that to my colleague, Ms. Mills, to comment on that technical part.
Ms. Mills?
Through the chair, so the accounts referenced in the report, we've already have a lien placed on the report. We don't remove that lien until the account's paid in full. So while we encourage folks to enter into a payment arrangement with us, and we sometimes will pause the next step in tax enforcement, we won't remove the lien until the arrears is paid in full.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Siklis?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Considering the materiality of this, which is quite low, is there a way to pull these off of agendas and have administration deal with them?
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, as far as I understand, there's no materiality to this process. It's simply what is born in our bylaws is that we require council approval to move through the steps of tax enforcement.
Well, considering it's such a small amount, is there a way we can make a modification to the bylaw?
Ms. Williams.
Sorry, through the chair. Oops, sorry.
just for the purposes of clarification, this is actually a process that is required under the Tax Enforcement Act for taxes, so it's not a bylaw, it's actually in legislation that we're required to bring these matters before council for approval.
Well, then you know what my next question is going to be. Can we change the legislation?
Ms. Williams.
Again, through the chair, this is provincial legislation, so as a municipal government, we don't have the authority to require provincial legislation to change. We can make those suggestions if those acts are ever opened, but it would be up to the province to make those changes.
Then I move that we make that recommendation. I don't know if it has to come from the mayor, but maybe we can put a dollar amount on it so that we don't have to be wasting time in council for stuff like this.
Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As the city solicitor indicated, this would require legislation made by the provincial government. Having said that, I believe that this is historically rooted in public accountability, where anything to do with tax arrears, etc., needs to be fully vetted and publicly discussed and decided upon by the elected city council. I think that is where it's rooted in, not the materiality of anything.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions. Councillor Beza, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, I'd like to close the debate and move to the vote, please.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right. Okay, we have a communication on the next item, EX 25-87, 2026 to 2028 leisure fees bylaws update. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication EX 25-90 from Julia Dickinson, Regina Optimist Dolphin Swim Team, Regina, Saskatchewan? Can I go? Any opposed? Oh, I need a mover first. Councillor Flores? Any opposed? Okay, carried. So I guess now I continue here. Okay, we will now consider item EX 25-87, 2026 to 2028 leisure fees bylaw update. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Okay. Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. We are here today to seek council approval for the 2026 through 2028 leisure fees bylaw update. The leisure fees bylaw determines fees for city-owned and operated recreation, culture, sport, and golf facilities. The report will also respond to council motion CM 25-3 (13), which directed administration to explore and bring forward recommendations on the implications of non-residential pricing. Leisure fees are reviewed every 3 years to ensure they remain fair, transparent, and aligned with the city's strategic plans. The recommended fee schedules include inflationary adjustments for our facilities. These changes will generate approximately $2.2 million in new revenue over 3 years, supporting stable cost recovery while maintaining affordability for our residents. The updated fees are grounded in equity principles and shaped by community feedback. Programs such as Affordable Fun, Attendant Admission, and the Indigenous Wellness and Leisure Program ensure that residents of all ages, incomes, and backgrounds have equitable access to our recreational opportunities. Administration is recommending a targeted approach for the non-resident surcharge, applying a 50% surcharge only to registered programs beginning in summer of 2026. This is the most operationally feasible option. It minimizes barriers for residents and directly addresses Council's request without undermining participation or customer experience. In summary, the 2026-2028 leisure fees bylaw balances financial sustainability, fairness, and accessibility while advancing Council's priorities and ensuring our recreation system continues to serve all residents effectively. And with that, we are here to speak to any questions you may have.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton, I guess, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, I would. Thank you through the chair for the report. It was good to see here. I was encouraged by the non-resident surcharge here. And in there they described about that, you know, with the various registered programs, swim lessons, art programs, that they would verify residency. I was just wondering a bit about how the process that would be used to verify residency.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you for that question through the chair. Those programs were selected as those registrations are taken online. So as residents or folks register for those programs online, they will be providing proof of their identity and address, if you will.
Okay. So through the chair, it's more than just me saying, yeah, that's my address. There's some actual documentation or other recognized valid residency identification.
Thank you for that. Thank you through the chair. I'll refer that question to Ms. Coderre if you would like more specific details.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question and through the chair. We currently allow people to self-identify their address through ActiveNet, which is our online program registration software. This change, in order to make it effective, administration is going to try something that larger cities like New York and Toronto have tried, which is in-person residency verification. This will be a significant change one time for residents, where we will be setting their current profile, where it might say resident or non-resident, back to everybody as a non-resident. And when you come in that first swimming lesson day, you would bring some form of residency verification, whether it be ID or something like a utility bill. It doesn't necessarily need to be a city utility bill, but like SaskPower or SaskTel.
Thank you. And through the chair, people do move and change. Would there be a re-verification at some point, 5 years, pick a number, that might occur as people do change it and they move around?
Administration could look at this in the future. It's our intent to do this for the first time in the summer of 2026. We're going to need to see what the impact of in-person residency verification is on residents and programs, but it's our intent to ensure that Regina residents have first priority to our registered programs like swimming lessons. And so we will continue to address how to best do this every year.
Okay, thank you.
That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be checking every year, though.
Correct, and fully understand the implications and the overhead to do those types of things. So I'm glad to see, and that was just a speculation. And then at some point in time, if the administration was to determine that time to do a reset and do a re-audit, for whatever reasons they do, I would very much be comfortable with that. I understand the focus on the registered programs. It does mention that the leisure pass does not create capacity pressure, and I was just wondering if you, through the chair, if that could be described, how that if there are people from outside the city using those facilities through the leisure pass, how you've estimated that you feel it does not create any capacity pressures.
Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Coderre again.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. When we have people who purchase a leisure pass or a single admission to our facilities, generally speaking, we aren't bumping up against capacity restrictions. And so the more leisure passes that we sell, the more revenue that we make. And so the other thing to note with leisure passes as opposed to registered programs is that there are many gyms in Regina. We are not the only one. You could go to the Y, you could go to the U of R, you could go to private gyms. And these so when we set the prices for leisure passes, regardless of whether you're a resident or a non-resident, we do it based on market pricing. So we're looking at what everyone else is offering. So it doesn't make revenue sense to set a different price for non-residents. We don't think it'll be a revenue positive change.
Thank you. Through the chair, in Schedule B, leisure passes, there is the corporate leisure pass. And it says that, the city's been approached by businesses seeking that, and I fully support it. My question is, would the expectation be that a lot of that usage be in the downtown area or during the day when somebody goes at noon or at the end of the office day at 5 o'clock? Or would people tend to use those that I'm getting a perk through business to then use at home on the weekend or various types of things like that? I just wonder if there's any kind of understanding about how it might be taken up.
Ms. Bride?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that these passes can be used just like any other pass. So any time of the day. It could be noon or right after work or on a weekend. Yeah.
Ms. Goodere?
Thank you, and through the chair. Some communities do offer time-restricted passes. That isn't the City of Regina's approach. We aren't running into capacity concerns around leisure pass sales and use that we would need to look at time restrictions around passes.
Okay, thank you. In Schedule C, it does describe after 5 o'clock Sunday evenings for competitive swimming. I believe it here for the aquatic rentals here. And I was just wondering, through the chair, what are the parameters that we evaluate for discount periods before 7, 8 a.m. in the morning? And yeah, I agree, not prime time. You're dragging your sorry purse butt out of the bed to get to where to stay fit to get the kids there. Other sports, it's after 10 p.m. in this case, 5 o'clock for competitive training. So I was just wondering what the criteria that are evaluated against, whether it's the ability to go socialize afterwards, whether it's the fact of time encroaching on work and office hours or things like that, if that could be fleshed out.
Ms. Bride?
Thank you, through the chair. So these are very high demand times in our swimming pools, and I would refer to Ms. Codera to add more context around that.
Ms. Goodere?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. So historically, the Lawson was built in 1975. That's where our competitive swimming it happens. In 1975, the city tried to create some financial incentive for user groups to form and start swimming. While 5:30 in the morning doesn't seem like a popular time for me to go swimming, it is actually a very high demand time for competitive aquatic groups to be swimming. It's a very busy time in our pools if you've ever been there at 5:30 in the morning. Administration has been reducing these discounts over the last 10 years through the last 5 leisure fees and charges cycles to align aquatic rentals to sport user groups with how we approach rentals for ice or fields or other areas of other recreation rentals. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Well, no, specifically it says a discount after Sunday evening after 5 p.m. And that just seems a bit early to be non-prime time.
So we are removing that discount. Like, we're continuing to reduce it over the course of the next 3 years. The other reason that we used to have these discounts, Councillor, is that we did many years ago, we didn't actually have lifeguards on the deck when groups were competitively training. That is no longer the case today. Those are not our safety standards. And so that's a big reason why we had these deep discounts, you know, in that pre-5:30 to 7 time, that post-5 p.m. Sunday time, is because the pools were closed to the public during that time, and it was just competitive user group swimming, and that's no longer the case.
Last question here. In the part where it describes the guiding principles about equity deserving residents, where individual groups who experience barriers to participation based on income, ability, race, culture, or identity. I have had some people reach out about cricket fields and some cost increase in there. I was trying to determine cricket fields just fit under athletic or where they are. And I would suggest to you that there are a significant number of immigrants to Regina that do play cricket. I do not have the information to say their ability to pay, or you know, if they are struggling to pay those fees. And so I was just I'm asking on behalf of some residents reaching out about cricket fields and costs involved for those.
Through the chair, Ms. Coderre.
Ms. Coderre.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Administration actually met with cricket last week to discuss these proposed changes. We appreciate both the cultural and recreation importance of cricket for many new Canadians. Historically, the cricket fields in Regina were charged what's called a facility permit fee. The facility permit fee is being discontinued and being replaced with the $5 an hour fee. So this is not a substantial hourly fee for cricket fields. And this change is not specific to cricket rentals. This change is for all field rentals. So soccer rentals, football rentals, those are all, you know, if they weren't a pre-classified field, those are now being moved into a low hourly rental fee field.
Thank you to the administration for a great report. I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Councillor Fro.
Thank you to the chair. Just in particular for some of our own residents, right? Lower income residents, kids, perhaps some Indigenous people that don't have that ID. So thanks for that. But as it relates to you know, the first part, like signing up for classes, do we have any plans to sort of mitigate the challenges for a resident that in turn, when they have to sort of show their proof of residency, you know, may not in fact have a utility bill for whatever circumstance? I mean, I know there's lots of ways around that, and perhaps it's just some training and a judgment call for staff. I suspect you've already thought about that, given that you've touched on it in your report, but I did want to ask, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Coderre.
Ms. Coderre.
Thank you, and through the chair. So administration intends to roll out residency verification for registered programs in the summer of 2026. So for summer 2026 programs, this is our least busy registration period and time of year. We're very hopeful that by doing it in a quieter period, there's less demand on front-end staff when people are coming to register, so they have more time to work with residents who may not have matching ID. I mean, it's not only low income or people who who are more likely to not have matching ID. Students are very commonly don't have matching ID, and administration absolutely commits to doing this in a way that makes sure that residents are still continuing to access our programs, while requiring non-residents to register at both a later date and pay a higher price.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Through the chair, I believe this remains the same, just making sure I've read it correctly. The affordable fund policy, we don't envision any material changes to that as we adjust these fees. That remains intact?
Ms. Coderre?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Coderre.
Thank you, and through the chair, the affordable fund policy only applies to residents, and we do not anticipate any changes to affordable fund.
No, that's good, and appreciate there's an important role for private gyms in our community. I think this is an important service we provide. I'm not sure how well known or widely used it is, but I'm glad to hear that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Bazo.
Thank you very much through the chair. On option one, I just a question on on an increase from 4% from 2026 to 2028. So it's a 1% fee, and I realize we need to keep our fees low, but why is it artificially so low for a 1% fee increase versus just kind of keeping up with cost of inflation?
Ms. Bride.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for that question. The leisure fee increase, the increase is 4% per year. And that is, first of all, to keep in line with inflation and our facility costs. But we also do a certain amount of jurisdictional review across other cities to, to see where we line up. And we certainly want to keep things affordable for our residents.
So it's a typo, it should say 4% per year? Okay, I see it there. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So, so this is, as you said, in terms of the leisure fees, it's 4% per year, and it's across the board for any leisure fees through the chair. Is that accurate?
Ms. Bride?
Through the chair, I believe that is accurate. No? Okay, I stand corrected. I'll refer that question to Ms. Coderre as well.
Ms. Coderre?
It is 4% a year for some leisure fees.
Okay, can you give...
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I missed it. I apologize.
Oh, yeah, no worries. So, yeah, I was saying, my question was, is it 4% per year for all leisure fees across the board? And then I heard you say no, just for some?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and through the chair, it is 4% a year for all leisure fees except for golf fees, which have different increases.
Okay.
Speak into the mic.
Okay. So as an example, just in terms of what does that mean for our residents, what I see in Schedule A is, as an example, for a single adult admission, it'll go up from $721 in 2025 to $750 in 2026 to $780 and then to $811. And so that's an example I see in the report. I'm seeing a head nod. And so then at the, in terms of what happens starting in 2029, administration would need to then come back to council for a recommendation for the next 3 years. Is that accurate?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is accurate.
Okay. And even with these changes, I believe I read in the report, this still, there was a look at what other jurisdictions are doing. And with these changes, we still feel that our fees are aligned with what other municipalities are doing, and that we're striking the appropriate balance, I suppose, between affordability for residents and cost recovery for the city of Regina. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that is accurate.
Okay. Now I have some questions specific to the non-resident charge. So I'm trying to envision how this might work. So I understand that you would have to bring your proof of residency when you arrive in person for a program. So thinking about like my kids' swimming classes, am I then showing their swim instructor proof of residence, or is it the clerk at the desk, or does it just depend, or do we not know yet?
Thank you. Through the chair, that would be as you go through the admission into the pool area, that information would be provided the first time you enter the facility for those lessons. And it wouldn't be required every time.
Just one-time verification for everybody. Now, I understand we did some engagement with residents in relation to these changes of like the 4%. Was there engagement done in relation to the non-residency fee, or no, because that's sort of separate?
Through the chair, no, there was not.
Okay. And so with this, how did administration arrive at the 50% additional charge for non-residents? Like I can't remember if that was part of the motion or if that was just in the work that administration did.
Through the chair, I'll refer, I believe that was through a jurisdictional scan that we did, but I would refer that to Ms. Coderre if she has anything further
Ms.
to add.
Coderre.
Thank you for the question through the chair. That's correct. We did a jurisdictional scan of Canadian municipalities, and of those that use a non-resident fee, they ranged from 25% to 100%, and we are starting at 50%.
Okay, so in the jurisdictional scan, who else, what other municipalities, were there many that do this sort of thing? So just curious, like, who else is doing this through the chair?
Through the chair, Ms. Coderre, please.
Okay, Ms. Coderre.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Toronto does this. Winnipeg recently introduced it. More and more municipalities, particularly those who are surrounded by other separate communities, are rolling this out. It is not just Toronto and Winnipeg. It is, we looked at 8 or 9 municipalities that had this, that were larger municipalities. Saskatoon does not, if that is the next question.
That wasn't my next question. However, are there other municipalities of comparable size that you saw that were doing this sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And do we know what is the anticipated financial impact? So, you know, if we have this 50% charge, additional charge for non-residents, I think we have a sense of how many non-residents are currently signing up for programs. Does administration know how much money we could expect to earn by putting this change in place?
Ms. Anderson. Ms. Bride, I'm so sorry.
Thank you through the chair. Based on the numbers that we've seen the past couple of years, we anticipate approximately $14,000 increase in fees.
14,000. Okay. Per year?
Oh, sorry, I inverted those numbers. 41,000.
41,000 each year?
Yes.
Okay. And aside from figuring out the details of whatever else needs to be sorted out and verifying with someone when you attend your first program, is there any other administrative work still required to put this in place?
Through the chair, I will refer that to Ms. Coderre.
Ms. Coderre.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, there is additional administrative work. That work is in our IT system, and so we will be doing that work over the coming months to prepare for the summer 2026 implementation.
Can you give some more information about like what that will entail, if there's any costs associated with that?
There'll be no additional costs.
Okay.
The work will involve our programmers creating 2 fees instead of 1.
Yeah.
And our system administrator doing some magic in the back end to make everything work.
Great. Okay, well, I think I just wanted more information about this. I was sort of hesitant to move forward with this. I feel that administration has struck an appropriate balance of how to proceed with this. I guess, will this be reviewed just to see, since this is a new change, will there be a review of like, how is it going? Did we actually make $41,000? Does administration feel that it's a good program to continue? Will there be any sort of review?
Ms. Bride.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. We'll be watching this and continuing to monitor and review and ensure that things are smooth for the residents as well as our staff, and that they're cost effective.
And will there be a report back to council on, in terms of how it's going and whether it should be expanded or how, or not, or continued?
Thank you. Through the chair. No, this would be administrative review, and then when we come back in 3 years with the next set of changes, we might make different recommendations at that time.
Okay.
37 seconds left.
Okay. So I appreciate that additional information. I will support this. Councillor Burton, I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I think this strikes a balance that I can support, which should bring some additional revenue into the city. So thank you to Councillor Burton and to administration.
We will take our mandatory lunch break, and we'll be back at just after 12:05. Sorry, 1:05. Be back at 1:05. Can everybody please take their seats? Councillor Fro? Okay, back to order. And I'll call on Councillor Turnbull.
Sure, thank you, and to the chair, I had some questions and some things to say. So, first of all, with the out-of-town resident fee, under the cost recovery, just looking at the pool, we have a 44% cost recovery. Our athletic fields are like 11.99 cost recovery, so the rest of it would be therefore sort of paid by our city, correct? Like the non.
Bryden.
Miss Bryden. Sorry, I was looking at something.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, where we are not fully funded through user fees, it would be the mill rate that pays the difference on everything except for on everything with the exception of golf courses. Golf courses are fully cost recovery.
So for me, in my head, it makes sense that the Regina taxpayer is already paying through their taxes for that subsidized part, where out of residents are not contributing to the tax or the cost recovery. So to me, those numbers make a lot of sense, because people in Regina who are paying their taxes are actually using the pool and are paying for it that way. And so that's how I sort of view that. Is that correct?
Thank you, through the chair. I believe that is the intent from Councillor Burton's motion, yes.
I did want to ask, I noticed the note about the young adults. I do agree that's an unusual term, but students, however, did we look into a student category perhaps, and what was the engagement used to eliminate young adults versus students?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll refer that question to Ms. Coderre.
Ms. Coderre?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. When we did our jurisdictional analysis of other communities, a student or young adult rate, so kind of that post-high school into university age category, we didn't find other municipalities that provided that rate. Additionally, that's not a common rate that's provided at private gyms. And again, where for rental fees, we use kind of benefits-based pricing. For program fee, or pardon me, for leisure pass fees, we use market pricing, so that wasn't a common offering in the Regina gym marketplace. In terms of the community consultation, we did a large survey to all of our current program registrants in fall 2024. We also did a statistically valid market research survey in July 24, and we did focus groups with the 2S LGBTQ community, Indigenous community, the New Canadian community, as well as the accessibility community. And none of those groups strongly supported continuing to offer a discount to people outside of high school. So that young adult range, none of those groups.
Would it be possible, if it's not too much trouble and if it's not a report, would it be possible to attach it to next week's report?
Through the chair, we did talk about how to potentially include it, and I think there's some things we could probably include that would be comparable across the board, but it is an extremely large spreadsheet with many different factors involved, because of course all cities have different kinds of facilities and such.
So that would be a fair amount of work probably then.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, that's fine. Don't want to make more work for you. I did want to ask about this affordable fund policy, mostly because I was a little bit confused about what categories were included in it, and I thought I'd just ask for some clarification. I saw the affordable part, but it also looks like non-for-profit and possibly the staff discount program are in the affordable fund policy. Can I get some clarification on that?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Coderre to provide some clarification.
Ms. Coderre?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. The employee leisure discount program is approved by council and through this bylaw, but it is not a part of the affordable fund policy. And then with groups, that's the group affordable access portion of the affordable fund policy. We use group affordable access to support organizations like Rancherlo to bring their residents to city facilities at a discounted rate to ensure that all, especially those most in need, can continue to access recreation.
Okay, so that I will ask the question where the employee pricing discounts show up in this report, and also I guess the other new program we introduced with the community passes, volunteer passes.
Through the chair, Ms. Coderre.
The volunteer recognition program, the authority for that comes through this bylaw, but we are not updating it, so it's not included in this report. It's the same answer for the employee leisure discount program. That's been brought in past bylaw update reports, but the program isn't changing at this time. And so we didn't bring forward an updated version of those policies.
Through the chair, if I may add, so for example, the employee program is a percentage of the fee that's charged. This is the actual fee that's charged, if that helps provide that clarity. So the percentage of the discount is in the same bylaw, different report. These are the fees that percentage would be applied to.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's 50%?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Ask how these updated things affected our community groups and associations, and how they are being affected by these changes.
Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Coderre.
Ms. Coderre.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I assume you're speaking about like community association zone board rentals?
Yes, although I don't think it's here, but I have gotten emails from soccer, I've heard from cricket, I've heard from courts that possibly that there's a significant outdoor court cost increase happening. I don't necessarily see it here. I do see the changes. So I'm asking the question, what is changing with the community association rate, where is it applied, and if it's in this report?
So the community, thank you for the clarification. The community association rate only applies to neighborhood centers, and that's where we use the program partner designation, and that's in Schedule H. Sorry, what is it? Schedule G. And with regards to the rental on fields and courts, again, that's the same concern that Councillor Burton brought forward earlier. We used to charge a facility permit fee, which was a seasonal fee of about $20, and we are changing that to a $5 an hour fee. So it's still a very affordable cost for recreation that applies to what we would call our community level ball diamonds and our level 3 and 4 athletic fields, and our asphalt tennis courts are also moving from a facility permit fee to an hourly rate of $5 an hour.
Can increase to the community groups and associations? Well, to the outdoor ones? Yes?
Yes.
Through the chair, that would be an hourly rate versus a single use. Yes.
Has consultation be done with the community groups about how this will affect them?
Through the chair, yes, it has.
Okay. And then I guess with the multi-purpose rooms in our rec centers, are they going up in cost for community social groups to host a lot of things as well and provide a lot of need?
Through the chair, Ms. Coder.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Multi-purpose rooms and gyms, like all other fees, are increasing by 4%, which is cents on the dollar for the hourly fee.
And I think I got the majority of my, I have an amendment. Of course I have an amendment. So I just wanted to add, for the actual motion, where is the actual motion? I think you already wrote it down. I'm just putting, for when we're designating authority for the attendant program, that if it makes the accessibility go to a lesser quality, it comes to council. So basically, my understanding is that this comes around every 3 years. We're designating a bunch of authorities so that stuff can happen in the next 3 years in an efficient manner. Just with the attendant program, because it does have to do with accessibility, this is just adding the sentence to saying if it's going to make accessibility lesser, it needs to come to council. Otherwise, it's business as usual. It's when we give certain things to go off, but they come to council if it's a lower market rate, or if we decrease some standards or service levels, it comes to council, but otherwise administration can go be the authority. So this is just using that same concept, but saying if the accessibility gets reduced, it has to come to council. Administration, their thoughts on this?
Thank you. Through the chair, we have no issue with this amendment whatsoever. It fully aligns with how we would use the authority in practice.
Does anybody have questions on the amendment? Okay, Councillor Burton.
I guess to Sarah and the administration through the chair is why bring it to council? Does the administration not have the tools to manage our environment and our accessibility? Is this at the level we should be operating at?
Okay. Councillor Turnbull.
Intention is that they probably won't have to come to council, but this is if accessibility is reduced. Let's say it's a cost cut or something they want to recommend. It should come to council, and we should do it in a public forum if we are going to reduce our accessibility program. I feel, especially with our strategic values, if we are going to decrease accessibility, which we're not going to, and I'm very confident we're not going to, it should be done publicly and we should own it. So I don't think this is going to come to us, but we do have this whenever it's like a safety net. Like if we do something at a lower market rate, or we reduce the standard, or reduce a level of service, those are the things that come to council. Otherwise, it's business as usual. I don't anticipate that we will have to use this, but if something happens where the accessibility program is going to be reduced, I feel it should come here.
And through the chair to administration, Do you feel that you guys are equipped to deal with these? And
Thank you. Through the chair, as I said, we have no issue with this amendment. I would see reducing a program would be reducing a level of service, and we would certainly want to be having that conversation in public anyways.
okay.
I was waiting for the main. I had one question.
I see no other questions to this amendment, so do you wish to, oh, sorry. Councillor Flores, question on the debate, I mean, amendment?
Yep, through the chair, just for a little bit of clarity, when we are talking in this context, accessibility, we're talking about like changes to program in relation to cost, correct?
I would assume that cost might be the reason why they would suggest reduced accessibility, or it could be, accessibility is a wide range. So I would almost ask admin to say that, but accessibility is kind of defined in that attendant admission program already. But I think, Dan, you've got.
Ms. Bryden, would you like to respond to this?
Thank you, through the chair. So this was in direct relation to the attendant program, which does provide accessibility for folks, and so I would see it in a direct reflection of that specific program.
Oh. Ms. Burton, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe Ms. Bryden covered it. This amendment is in relation to the attendant admission program, which relates directly to accessibility.
Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Yep. I see no other questions to this amendment. I guess we could call a vote. No? Oh. You used to close debate, Councillor Turnbull.
No, I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay. We can call a vote on the amendment. Councillor Fro? Okay. Your speaker? Sorry.
In favor, thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 9-1 with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillor Flores, Fro, Turnbull, Bezo, Mancinelli, Zakidniak, Burton, Radins, and Rasevich. And the member voting against is Councillor Seklis.
Guess back to the original bylaw. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thanks. I had a number turning in my head. Did I hear correctly that with the proposed change that there would be an extra $40,000 collected with the fee schedule change for out of town residents? Was that the number I heard? Anticipated?
Thank you, through the chair. That is our projected increase, yes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to give resolution to that number in my head. So 40,000, so that means that it's a 50% extra collection. So that's actually $80,000 worth of sales to out-of-city residents would be the leisure pass sale gross before the 50% added on?
Through the chair, yes. So in 2024, we had approximately 530 non-residents
Okay.
participating.
Okay. What's the gross number of sales between residents and not residents in that category? So if we sell 80,000 for 513 residents, what's our gross for the swimming
The
lessons?
split, I'll refer that question to Ms. Codere. I think we've got that number somewhere.
I found an interesting number to attach a little bit of benchmarking to in my head.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Today, our non-residents, which are self-reported non-residents, account for about 5% of our total program sales, and so 95% of our sales are to residents. Now, that's self-reported non-residents, so we expect that number to possibly double if you compare the CMA population to the City of Regina population once we enforce residency.
Thanks. We were talking about a jurisdictional review on what different municipalities do. When we're doing that review, do we ever check to see what the regional investment aspect is of these other regions, like for when they're putting up the assets themselves, besides just the cost of the pass? If we were to do that review, is that part of the view set?
Through the chair, no, we do not, or we haven't asked that question.
I guess if there is to be any kind of review done, or if we're looking at that, I think that would really, change my views on the cost of admission by far.
Right.
Just kind of thinking if I apply that out to economic development in Regina, I think that's more economic development in southern Saskatchewan too. So I'd really love a little bit of input there too, but I don't know what the fee schedule is there. So there's a couple others too, but I'll leave it there.
Through the chair, I would expect that if regional communities were participating in the capital expenditure of the facilities, they probably would not have a fee increase for those facilities.
Well, everything I know is anecdotal from going to different council organized things like FCM, but from what I understand, that is something that goes through in other communities. So I think that would help right-size thing for a successful Saskatchewan. Just wanted to mention it. Thanks.
Okay, I see no further questions. Okay, Ms. Ackerman, I'm calling her for something procedural.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just got advised by Councillor Sickleys that he mistakenly casted his vote on the amendment incorrectly and would like to change his vote. That would require a unanimous vote in favor by the members at the meeting to allow him to change his vote. Is there anyone that would be opposed to him making that correction? There appears to be no one, Deputy Mayor, so we will ensure that that is reflected in the meeting minutes, that Councillor Sickleys did indeed intend to vote in favor of Councillor Turnbull's amendment related to this report.
I see no other questions on the main motion. I will ask Councillor Burton to close debate.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this report and recommendation that came from the administration. It's very welcoming. Fees are going up, and the users of facilities do need to cover the costs. Inflation came with COVID. It came with some of the other things going on internationally here around the world here. I would never think of pressuring administration for a fee reduction for the sports that I play or any other sports when they calculate the costs, and again, we need to cover those costs. For the non-residents charge, it's really less about the revenue, it's more about fairness. Residents pay taxes that help cover the cost of facilities. In the end, this is not a surcharge to non-residents. It eliminates a discount to non-residents. I applaud the research and support the balanced approach brought forward by the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I guess I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended. Councillor Fro?
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the main motion as amended is carried unanimously.
All right. Okay, we will now consider item EX 25-88, Rogers Communications, Inc., cell tower lease, 750 Pasqua Street. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Oh, sorry. Pause. Councillor Burton?
I wish to announce a conflict. I work for a competitor of Rogers Communication, that's Astel, and so I wish to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, Mr. Anderson, yeah. Well, I guess wait till Councillor Burton leaves the house. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, and through the chair. Rogers Communications, Inc. has been working to find a location for a new cell tower and has determined that the proposed location on City of Regina-owned property is the optimal location. Following the required consultation with the City Planning Branch, Rogers is requesting a new lease at this location. The proposed lease is for a total of 20 years and is considered at market rate. As this is a direct lease without public offering and the leased area is within a park, City Council approval is required. Submit it for your discussion and questions.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli? Do you wish to speak to the report? No. Okay, thank you. Any questions from committee or members on the report? Councillor Bezo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got a few calls when this proposal first came in about the, through the chair, about the vicinity of cell tower with kind of the implications of the perceivement of 5G and kids playing in the parks. Listening to some of the concerns, part of the question that I have, I don't want to get into the details around, you know, the 5G, but more of the aspects of why can't this go across the street where the other cell tower is located?
Mr. Mario.
Through the chair, through the cell phone tower protocol, we asked those types of questions to the service provider. In this case, what they had indicated was across the street in the commercial parcel, the landowner was not amenable to allowing for a second cell phone tower to be on that property. And in addition, it was determined that co-locating within the existing tower on that site was not possible. It wasn't technically feasible.
Is there any way the tower could be moved, we own a lot of the park space, further to the north and away from the ball diamonds and kind of the concerns that have been raised with the parents?
Through the chair, it may be technically possible, although from what the service provider indicated, it would not be preferable and may result in service coverage holes. So this is really the maximum in terms of how far north it can go without really compromising and defeating the intent of having a new cell phone tower. So it may be possible, but there would be some serious compromises to what Rogers is trying to achieve here. The other point that I would like to point out here is that this particular location has direct access because it is located right directly off of a legal right-of-way, so it provides some technical benefits as well.
I'm just pulling it up on a map. Just 1 second, please. Just on that same question again, what kind of communications can we get out to kind of the users of the group? And I'm going to say there's a lot of people that contact me about anxieties and children with anxieties on what's happening with cell phone towers. That we want to make sure our communities don't have that. And, you know, just to the south of the park, there's still, or just to the north, there's full access as well, just to the north of that park. And that would be, you know, essentially a couple 100 yards away. From a communications perspective, I'm not going to argue with Rogers, but I don't think 200-meter distance would really not allow people to use the cell phone or cause holes in reception areas.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Anderson?
Thank you. So through the chair, I will say we did extensive community consultations throughout this process. So this process has taken several months. Again, we're being proposed by a private entity that wants to lease city land, and this is their preferred location. And we're bringing that forth as we believe that we should, you know, administration recommends them doing this lease. Other than that, I don't know if we want, if council feels that this is not an appropriate spot for it, we could potentially go back to the customer. But again, this is their preferred location, given their technical requirements for reaching their customers.
Did you talk to the Little League, the Regina Little League Association?
Sorry, Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I'll direct that up to Mr. Jedlick's team at the top.
Mr. Mario or Mr. Jedlick? Mr. Mario. Mr. Mario.
Through the chair, yeah, we did talk to the North Regina Little League. They are sort of a tenant of the park. That's where their main operations kind of take place. They reached out to us as their members had some concerns. We responded to those concerns by an email, and then subsequent to that, we met with them to discuss further and ensure that there's full understanding and transparency and just awareness of what each party's constraints are. So within the report, I think it indicates what the range of concerns were and what was resolved, but ultimately they do still have concerns just about the very presence of a cell phone tower next to a ball diamond, and prefer that it be located far away. Partly for perceptual reasons. They feel that some of their members, their parents really, parents of children, may have concerns about health implications of cell phone towers next to a playing field, and they feel that may impact some of their membership rates. This is kind of what they indicated to us.
So just to recap your summary, the people that have the major usage of the park aren't happy at the location and are requesting for a new location?
Through the chair, yes, that they prefer it not be located in where it is being proposed.
Okay. Have you worked with this with Rogers? Like, you know, this is my concern. Like, a lot of parents reached out to me specifically about the location on this. Specifically to your point, is there any other locations that we could find to alleviate some of the concerns of the main tenant?
Mr. Mario?
Through the chair, there may or may not be. Our role here was really to evaluate the location as it was proposed. It isn't a discouraged location, but when we went through the list of potential other locations, those ones are also discouraged potentially for other reasons. So we would be going back to a different location, and it may or may not have a different set of concerns or the same concerns. So ultimately, we decided to bring this forward for council's consideration, being that it is really the best that we could possibly do given the potential other locations in the vicinity.
I would like to put a tabling motion forth, Mr. Chair, on this one. Okay. And for the tabling motion, I would like the administration to go back and work with the main leaseholders or users of the park to find a more suitable location, which could be essentially hundreds of feet away. But to me, the satisfaction wasn't really achieved of the location as presented. So I'd like a tabling motion to do further investigation for 120 days.
If we, I'm not sure if he has it. I guess. Okay. I'll ask administration, would 120 days work possibly? Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so I guess my first clarification question is, we're going to be working with Rogers Communications Inc., so they're the ones who want to lease city land, while other tenants in the area, we get their feedback. We wouldn't work with them on negotiating for space. Council could get us to pause this. It would push us past the desired timeline of Rogers, and so we would have to work with them on that. And again, we've looked at other locations that work technically for them and didn't find one that was better. But up to council whether they want us to relook at this.
So is tabling, I guess tabling motions, I guess, are not debatable. So, Councillor Fro? Oh.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a point of clarification, understanding this isn't debatable. At this point, though, are we also then not able to ask administration for further information?
Okay.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, that is correct, Councillor Fro. As a tabling motion is non-debatable, it can't be debated, so no questions at this time can be asked of administration. If the tabling motion fails, then we'll be back to the main motion, and questions can be asked of administration at that time.
Thanks.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if this is in order since the tabling motion is on the floor, but I'll try and you can shut me down, clerk. So just as a piece of information, I'm not sure if this council would be aware, but last year, 2 years ago, I believe the city of Regina adopted protocols for cell tower locations. We worked with community, with council, as well as with service providers to come up with what those protocols are. Those protocols are something that we use, and it's like a recommendation to cell tower owners, user groups, like, you know who I mean, recommendations on where cell towers can be located. And so having those protocols in place was really helpful in terms of helping service providers determine locations. Within those protocols, there was certain locations that were preferred and some that were discouraged. Having said that, the service providers have a certain location and distance as they change from 3G and 5G and all the things that they want those towers to be allotted. And so in order for them to best meet their service delivery, they have a certain window or location for those towers. So I think when Mr. Mario was speaking earlier, what happens is those locations come in, we would review those with the protocols. We work with the cell tower, with the service providers to say, okay, this isn't the best location, can we move this around, etc. And that's kind of the conversation that goes on, and in this case, it was a discouraged location, but in order to meet the demands of their customers and provide the best service that they feel that they can provide, it was the chosen location, and it happens to be on city land, and therefore this lease is in front of city council, and I hope that didn't create any more confusion. I hope that provided some clarity as to why we're here today. Thank you.
We need to call the vote on the tabling motion. Councillor Basil?
I would temporarily, Chair, I will postpone the tabling motion to hear other comments from council. I think, Mr. Fro, you wanted to have a comment?
Well, I guess. It's up to me? Could you, okay, would you like to comment? Councillor Fro?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yep, go ahead.
It's a great ruling.
No, I think just through the chair, just based, Ms. Bryden touched on it a little bit. I mean, it seems to me, and Mr. Anderson also, I think, illustrated that, our relationship in this case is with Rogers Communication, but we also have a policy that we went to some effort of that illustrates what is a discouraged location, and this appears to be one of them. This is a highly successful company with deep pockets. I don't have the technical acumen to determine where it should go, but if we have a policy and this is in a discouraged site, I understand that it's non-binding, but I guess I'm struggling with why we would go to the effort to do consultation and build a policy, and then when presented with a discouraged use from a highly successful sort of company with the means to purchase or lease a lot, why we would then sort of not advance our policy. So I'm just kind of struggling with that, having not been in the last council.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through the chair, so it is protocol, so it's not a city policy, it's protocol. And I would say the protocols are important because when you're developing new communities and things like that, it's quite a bit easier to find a spot for a cell tower. When you're trying to provide a service within an existing city, it becomes much more difficult. And I can't speak to the other locations. I suspect all of the ones that I heard the team speak to were city-owned land, whether it's a park or this space or what have you. And I'm not sure that there was any that were open to the public. I would also, or that were available for purchase for Rogers. I would also like to add that there are protocols in place. At the end of the day, the federal government has the final authority over the cell towers. Did I see Mr. Mario would also like to add to that?
Sorry.
Mr. Mario?
Oh, Mr. Mario.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, just for clarification, the way that the location guidelines work is there's kind of 3 tiers. One is preferred, the next is discouraged, and then the next is prohibited. So there are some options for cell phone towers to look for preferred locations, and that's where we kind of start. And these would include co-location on existing towers, on existing rooftops, which might be an option in a downtown location, on utility poles. If those aren't available, then we would look to industrial or commercial sites, utility parcels, or major transportation corridors. So in this case, if you kind of look through that list, there's really only a couple sites that may or may not apply to that. The commercial site was really the main one that could be a potential option. We ruled that out for reasons that I've already mentioned. So then we're looking at discouraged locations, and ultimately we consider those because it's an objective of the protocol to have wireless coverage. We can't just say, sorry, you don't have preferred locations, therefore you can't have a cell phone tower. So it's kind of a balance between our locational criteria and ultimately providing good cell phone coverage to people of Regina, because it is a critical piece of infrastructure. So when we look at discouraged locations, these could be they could be parks, or in proximity to residential areas, or in proximity or on school grounds. So these are the locations that are available. So these are the ones that we ultimately have to consider and weigh the sort of pros and cons and the compromises involved. So the intent of this protocol is really to be flexible and to consider the best possible locations and rule them out as we kind of go down the list. So this is where we kind of ended up.
And through the chair, thank you for that. That's great context, and I appreciate in specific your comment that we also have an obligation, or at least there's a reasonable expectation that we provide wireless service to our residents as well. Through the chair, is it possible, or is there an appropriate form to provide council, or perhaps the council responsible for that area, perhaps Mr. Bizot, a little bit of an overview of some of the alternate areas that were being considered? Like, would that be considered appropriate or useful exercise?
Mr. Mario?
Through the chair, we certainly could do that, although we tried to outline that as much as possible within the report. If there's additional information that you feel is not being covered, then we could take that away for sure.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have. If I understand correctly, maybe my last question is through the chair. Administration, if I've heard you correctly, you're acknowledging that this isn't ideal, but based on your understanding, you know, there's frankly no other better sites, right? And this is a protocol as opposed to a policy. Did I basically understand that correctly? I mean, I echo Councillor Bizot's concerns. I've had folks in my area reach out with some issues around towers next to schools and things like that. But if I'm understanding you correctly, we're sort of left with an imperfect trade-off of poor wireless coverage and a not great location, and doesn't sound like we have a better location. Did I recap that?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, I think you've captured that.
That's all I have. Appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Any other members like to speak to this? Okay, Councillor Mancinelli. To the main report. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. Just a little bit of clarification. The report before us, it's not for permission to build cell towers, correct?
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, the city does not build cell towers. It's simply to lease the land to Rogers Communication.
So basically, we have an opportunity in front of us. We can decide to take advantage of it and have income coming in the city every year for years to come. I think it's $22,500 basically. After 5 years, it goes up to just under 30. Or we can let them go to market and find someone else who owns land that they can put to use and pay them for it. It's about whether we want a lease or not and whether we want that income or not. I think from my experience around the Horseshoe, especially coming off the recent water meter implementation and looking at how readily accepting the vast majority of Regina residents were of a new technology that involved wireless communications, and the small few who, you know, had a lot of anxiety and trepidation about the change. I think there's a parallel here once again. I think the majority of residents rely on their cell phones wholeheartedly every day, to the point where they can't even seem to drive without looking at the thing sometimes. I don't think this comes to a health and safety concern, as some, a minority, are portraying it to be. I think that that might be a case that future generations might discover or not discover. But today's concern is whether we want to have $22,000 a year coming into our coffers to help pay for everything, because there's someone interested in leasing a parcel of land. And from proximity to this, I've seen the protocol be developed. I've come to understand that the important things to a cell phone distributor or cell tower distribution is the height of the tower, the height of the land the tower is built on, the shadowing of buildings, the echoing and refraction of the grounds around it, trying to really encompass people to have good reception. Yeah, I don't think people go without their cell phones, and I think reception's like a big deal. Actually, I wish it wasn't. I hate cell phones, but that's the way it is today. So I'll be supporting this. I think we need the dollars. I think there's some kind of saying about nickels and manhole covers or something like that, and I think this lines up with that. So just putting that out there. Thanks.
Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. So the address of, no, I'm trying to find it. 750 Pasco Street. Can someone confirm actually which ward that this is located in, please, through the chair? Who's got the wards memorized? Mr. Nicol, that feels like you would.
If anybody can tell us.
Because, because I think we're actually have some confusion about which ward it
Do we
is.
know,
That's why I'm asking.
do you know which ward it's in?
Yeah, so my understanding is this is actually in my ward, Ward 8, so I'm actually looking for confirmation.
Did we get confirmation
Does
from
anybody
somebody?
have the map memorized?
Which ward? Mr.
Ward
Anderson?
8, yes?
Through the chair, we could take a quick recess just so we can.
No, we don't need to do that. Okay, so if that is accurate, that it is in Ward 8, which I'm hearing folks agree with, I've heard nothing, no concerns, from the folks living in the vicinity of this proposed cell phone tower. I have heard from the users of the ballpark, as we all have, but for the residents who are there day in and day out, I've heard nothing. So I just wanted to confirm that. But what I do see, first, I did want to speak a bit to this the antenna system protocol. So that was put in place last term. There was extensive work done on that. I was part of the group of counselors who was working on ensuring that the concerns of community were included within that protocol. And as noted, that protocol, like, we don't actually have the ability to make a final decision here. The city essentially adds their input to the process, and then this is a decision that is made by the federal government. Is that accurate, through the chair? Like, it's the federal government who makes the final decision in relation to cell phone towers.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, it's the CRTC, yes. I would say in terms of cell tower location, yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So the city gives input, and this protocol guides how the city gives their input. So I see in this report the ways that the city did use our existing antenna system protocol. And so because this was identified as a discouraged location, there are 4 bullet points or 6 bullet points on pages 3 and 4 in terms of why this site is recommended. And so other sites were explored. They put it on the periphery. It's an area used for storage and maintenance. It's not adjacent to child play areas, direct access to road right-of-way. And I think this is important too. There's more. But this is a proposed 25-meter tall monopole pole tower, which is smaller than a typical 5G cell tower. So it's like there's nuances here. And in my read of this report is that the city did their due diligence. And even if there is no tabling motion, but let's say there was one that we would be voting on shortly, I don't think having more time is going to change the city's recommendation in this regard. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
See no other questions, so yeah. Councillor Bazo, do you like to?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll withdraw my tabling motion.
You withdraw your tabling motion? Okay, thank you. I guess we'll go back to the original mode. Yeah, Councillor Matsoni, would you like to close debate on the motion? Okay, we'll just call the vote. Councillor Froke, you get your vote verbally?
In favor.
In favor? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
We just need to get Councillor Burton back to the meeting. I wonder where he went. Okay, we'll now consider item EX 25-90, licensed nonprofit childcare center tax exemptions. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Licensed nonprofit childcare centers have been receiving a 40% property tax exemption from the city since 2019. Many of these centers operate out of residential properties. In 2015, nonprofit childcare centers operating in houses were reassessed from residential to commercial rates. This increased the amount of property tax owed by these centers. This correction was based on the requirement for a property to pay commercial rates if the property was not primarily used as a residence. Many nonprofit childcare centers also operate out of properties like schools that are exempt from paying property taxes through provincial legislation. There was a sense that this created an uneven playing field across nonprofit childcare centers. You had some centers paying no property taxes and others paying commercial rates. The City Council of the day approved providing a 40% tax exemption, which essentially brought the amount paid back to what centers would have been paying at the earlier residential rate. After that, the federal government announced that there would be a national child care program in conjunction with provincial governments. The property tax exemptions continued being approved by City Council until the full impact of the national child care program could be understood. Administration engaged with the nonprofit providers in 2022, and the feedback then suggested even though the $10 a day program was beneficial for parents, it created little ability to raise revenues if the exemptions were discontinued. The most recent exemption agreements will expire at the end of this year, and it is our understanding that discontinuing the exemptions will still create financial challenges for the child care centers. Administration is recommending that the city continue providing the 40% exemption for the 5-year period starting in 2026 until the end of 2030. I'm joined this afternoon by Tanya Mills, who's the Director of Assessment and Property Revenue Streams, Mark Tran, the Director of Strategy and Performance, and Ryan Gray, the Manager of Government Relations, and they are well prepared to take any questions you may have.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro? Okay, would you wish to speak to the report? No? Okay, thank you. I guess the floor is now open for discussion between members to ask questions. I see, oh, sorry, Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, so I just had a question about the numbers because, so it's 31 currently, 2 were added in 2025 and are pending City Council approval. Is that part of this report or something separate through the chair? That's on page 2, financial impact.
Sorry, Ms. Mills?
Through the chair, there's 2 centers that we're just waiting for their agreements, and then the bylaw will come to council. That's what's pending council approval, is the bylaw.
Okay, because then I see, so it says 31, 2020, so that would be 33
That would-
for 2025 if
Correct.
that comes to fruition. And then why are we estimating in 2026 just that there may be an additional one? That's just
Through the chair, I think we are been informed that there's an additional one coming
Okay.
forward in 2026.
And so this just maintains the status quo of what we currently do, but there's the addition of some new childcare centers.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
I see there are no more questions. Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate?
Nothing to add.
Okay. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Oh, Councillor Fro, for the record?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Do I say adjournment? Oh,
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
okay. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Flores? Oh, sorry, Councillor Seekles, I missed you. Councillor Seekles?
Wasn't my hand up first?
Sorry, I didn't see it. It was a little hand. It was a little hand.
No, let's give it to Councillor Flores.
Okay. Anybody opposed to adjourning? No? Opposed? No. All right. Carried.